I'm going to order this hearing. This is a hearing, actually a roundtable of the Committee of the Whole and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. It's a joint hearing or roundtable. And this roundtable is to consider PR 26-220, which has a very short title, Ninth Master Agreement between the University of the District of Columbia and the University of the District of Columbia Faculty Association, National Education Association, Emergency Approval Resolution of 2025. This legislation was introduced at the request, it says, at the request of the mayor, which is correct. The previous one was at the request of the University of the District of Columbia. It was introduced on June 2nd, 2025. I realize that that was only 11 days ago. However, by law, these collective bargaining agreements are fast-tracked through the approval process. I have always felt that it's important that these collective bargaining agreements be subject to a public roundtable or public hearing so that if there are any issues with it, they are identified to the council. Usually there are not issues, but that's what this roundtable today is about. Let me read this from the hearing notice, then I'll turn to my colleague and co-chair, Councilmember Anita Bonds. The resolution approves a collective bargaining agreement between the University of the District of Columbia and the UDC Faculty Association. It was approved, the agreement was approved on December 3rd, 2025, and it covers the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025. The collective bargaining agreement includes a new salary structure for fiscal year 2025 and a 3% cost of living adjustment for fiscal year 2025. The chief financial officer estimates that funds are sufficient to cover the $14.8 million cost of the collective bargaining agreement over the financial plan. The two committees, that's the Committee of the Whole and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, are interested in ensuring that the collective bargaining agreement before the council matches the terms agreed upon by the parties at the conclusion of negotiations. There is a record of the roundtable, because there always is, and the record will close at 5 p.m. Monday, June 16th, 2025. And that also is a very fast track, but that is so that the council can take this up at its legislative meeting, additional legislative meeting, which I've noticed for next Tuesday, the 17th. With that, let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Bonds, in case she has any remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just really want to add to our discussion this morning that this agreement covers new pay salaries, cost of living adjustments, instructor workloads, and credit hours. This agreement impacts approximately 214 UDC faculty members, and it reflects immediate costs for FY25 funds of $3.8 million and of course $14.8 million over the financial plan. It is significant that we have this plan before us because the last master agreement was agreed upon back in 2015, and the agreement before the 2015 contract expired in 2008. So, all things considered, I'm pleased that we are here today reviewing this collective bargaining agreement between UDC and its faculty. And I just want to note that the agreement does not include the faculty at the law school at UDC. So with that said, I'm prepared to move forward with you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I neglected to note that this roundtable is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. It is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. And we started this roundtable at 9:05 a.m. With that, I'm going to ask the two witnesses we have, Dr. April Massey, who's Chief Academic Officer at UDC, to come forward, and also Professor Albert Pearsall, who's President of the UDC Faculty Association. Mr. Pearsall, do you want to go first or second? Okay. Dr. Massey?
You're on.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you and good morning.
Good morning. Do you have a written statement?
I do, and I'm going to submit it. It's here. I have it.
Okay, so
Yes.
we will get it.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Bonds, members of the Committee of the Whole, members of the Committee of Executive Administration and Labor, and staff. I am April Massey, Chief Academic Officer for the University of the District of Columbia, and I had the honor of serving as the lead negotiator for management in the final round of bargaining that resulted in the 9th Master Agreement, UDC Faculty Association Collective Bargaining Agreement that is now before you. The University of the District of Columbia Faculty Association represents approximately 214 bargaining unit members. Its members are full-time continuing academic faculty, librarians, and media specialists who teach and provide instructional supports and are paid from appropriated funds. The academic units represented under the bargaining unit include the university's community college, College of Arts and Sciences, School of Business and Public Administration, School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability, and Environmental Sciences, as well as the university's Learning Resources Division, or library. Faculty in the David A. Clark School of Law, as previously mentioned, are not unionized, and they are not represented under this agreement. The proposed contract covers the period 10/1/2022 to 9/30/2025. The prior collective bargaining agreement, the 8th Master Agreement, expired on September 30, 2022, but has effectively remained in force during efforts to negotiate the new contract. The period of bargaining related to the development and ratification of the 9th Master Agreement crosses multiple years and transitions in university leadership and negotiating team membership. With the arrival of President Eddington, bargaining was restarted in the fall of 2023 with reconstituted management and union negotiating teams and a reconsidered agenda of priorities for the negotiations. Preliminary conversations around the restart began in October of 2023, and bargaining began in earnest in December of 2023. The parties spent some time team building and then moved quickly to set the agenda for bargaining activities and develop an aggressive meeting calendar. The faculty contract covers compensation and terms and conditions of employment for the university's unionized faculty. During 9th Master negotiations, 4 articles with significant implications for responding to and advancing the intent and spirit of the contract were prioritized for bargaining. Those articles include evaluation procedure, Article 15, promotion procedures, Article 16, workload, Article 17, and compensation, Article 18. The negotiated outcomes of these articles have tremendous significance individually and are to be celebrated. When considered collectively, however, their significance multiplies exponentially. In combination, they represent a progressive blueprint for supporting faculty accomplishment and an enormous shift in institutional commitment to build and sustain a comprehensive faculty infrastructure, success infrastructure, one that is founded on competitive and equitable pay structures, understanding of compensation beyond salary, wraparound professional development supports across the faculty lifecycle, workload approaches that honor the demands of faculty work, and performance review systems that guide, coach, and develop the faculty. The advances achieved through the 9th Master Agreement negotiations validate a positively evolving faculty management partnership and provide an important springboard for initiating bargaining on the university's 10th Master Agreement. It is also important that I highlight the financial commitment associated with this agreement. It underscores the university's intentionality in creating compensation realities that will retain a strong faculty core and support marketing and recruitment efforts for new faculty as opportunities to hire arise. Specifically, under the 9th Master Agreement, the university commits nearly $3.8 million to faculty compensation with the goal of moving all bargaining unit members toward the 50th percentile of our competitor groups and broader national salary databases and guidelines. These funds target pay increases that live and are calculated using formulas that consider competitive entry points on pay scales by rank and discipline, cost of living adjustments that compete with national averages, and continuity adjustments that minimize salary compression and reward time in service. The percentage of salary paid for promotion increases has also been adjusted up, and a discretionary pool of funding has been established to address persisting salary inequities. The proposed faculty pay scales are attached to this testimony. The material revisions to the negotiated contract articles are summarized as follows. Under the evaluation procedure, there are changes to general provisions, evaluation activities and timeline, the composition of the evaluation portfolio, definitions of evaluators and their roles, the frequency of evaluation, support for faculty performance, and availability and application of student feedback. Under the promotion procedures, changes are seen in the principles for promotion, eligibility for promotion, promotion committee composition, and the procedures for the process of evaluating portfolios. Under the workload provision, there are changes to teaching faculty and the academic programs and to the LRD faculty that include general provisions, workload credits, course preparation, overload assignments, office hours, scheduling, adjustments to workload and period of contract. Under compensation, there are major changes to the pay scales, their minimums and maximums, continuity adjustments, COLAs, promotion percentage and promotion catch-up, overload compensation, summer semester schedules and compensation, and professional development. In terms of a chronicle of the activities of the negotiating timetable, the parties reached agreement on all of the articles under consideration in the summer of 2024, and a complete draft of the 9th master document was presented to the union leadership in mid-August of 2024. Union leaders opened discussion with their members with the start of the 2024-25 academic year and announced to management that the proposed contract was ratified by union faculty on October 11 of 2024. The contract was then presented to President Eddington for approval and then moved through review and approval by the university's Board of Trustees. The executive committee of the board approved the contract on November 14, 24, endorsing the contract as a fair and reasonable resolution of both faculty rights and management prerogatives, and confirming the availability of the funding needed for compensation provisions in the contract. That action was ratified by the full board on December 3rd, 2024. The university's Office of the Chief Financial Officer then completed a fiscal impact analysis before the contract was moved to the Office of the Mayor. As I conclude, I'd like to make just 2 points. First, the outcomes achieved through negotiation of the 9th Master Agreement represent important hallmarks of the university's progress toward the expectations of its new strategic plan delivering on the promise. Specifically, the faculty contract outcomes align seamlessly with Goal 2, Experience, Objective 2.2, Faculty and Staff Excellence, which states, we are to attract and retain qualified, passionate, and diverse faculty and staff by prioritizing factors that contribute to job satisfaction and well-being. My second point, as I stated previously, the advances achieved through the 9th Master Agreement negotiations validate a positively evolving faculty management partnership at the University of the District of Columbia. They underscore institutional commitment to faculty success and satisfaction at the university, and they provide an important success framework from which to initiate bargaining on the 10th Master Agreement. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to share my testimony, and highlight the achievements of the ninth master agreement negotiations. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Massey. You'll be sure to give us that to us today.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Pearsall, it's
Yeah.
good to see you. Microphone. Microphone.
Okay, thank you. Dear Honorable Phil Mendelson, Chairman, Council of the District of Columbia. Dear Honorable Anita Bonds, Chairperson, Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and other esteemed roundtable participants. I want to recognize a couple of my board members who are here for support, who are involved in the negotiating process for this. As a native Washingtonian, a graduate of Ballou Senior High School in Ward 8, a former chairman of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8A, alumni of Federal City College, now the University of the District of Columbia, assistant professor of business, and president of the University of the District of Columbia's Faculty Association, I am honored to speak before you today. The negotiation of this contract reflects the result of thoughtful dialogue, persistent effort, and a shared commitment to achieving greater equity and fairness for faculty members. It's no secret that the faculty salaries and compensation have been really low, have been low for a long time, as Councilmember Bonds indicated. It's been a long time with any kind of negotiation, and people have not gotten advancement in pay. And so this particular effort, we think, made some inroads, significant inroads. Is it perfect? No, but we still have the 10th master that we're actually in process with now. The Faculty Association position was formed through multiple channels. We had faculty meetings, we had direct engagement and careful analysis of survey feedback from faculty members. While many faculty members have expressed appreciation for the progress made, there's a strong consensus that further work is needed, further compensation is required, especially regarding the fair and competitive compensation. We intend to prioritize these issues in the negotiation for the 10th master beginning this fall. Now, what I want to mention to you is that the compensation that we entered into moves faculty closer to the compensation levels intended by DC law. We are a high, value metropolitan area. The faculty salary should be reflective of such, according to DC law. Workload expectations were done in terms of balancing the responsibilities that we have for teaching, our responsibilities for scholarship, and we're trying to move to becoming an R2 institution. So we really want to focus on our scholarship, as well as service. We have a lot of responsibility regarding service to the university community and others. And what we want to do is this workload, we think, is going to move us toward really supporting faculty success. The evaluation process that we entered into is collaborative. Faculty members get to work with their chairs. They get to establish themselves what their goal is going to be. It's going to be an agreement, and they actually will, it's a 2-year process. They go through doing it. They meet back with their chair. They find out whether or not they're on track, whether or not they're not, if there are things that need to be done. And at the end of the process, there'll be an honest evaluation. And we think that this will move almost everyone to getting a successful outcome in the evaluation process. The promotion procedures are streamlined. There were certain impediments in the past agreements that we think we've been able to remove. We think that the new promotion procedures are better aligned with professional development, recognizing and rewarding faculty growth, competence, and contributions to the university. I believe that the process leading to the 9th master agreement was conducted in good faith and mutual respect by both parties. I want to commend Dr. Massey. Our negotiations weren't always fun, but they were done in a way that there was mutual respect. I have to admit that the experience I had working with Dr. Massey was far different from the experiences I had with the previous administration on this process. So I want to publicly thank her for that. So I want her to get geared up for the 10th master because that one won't be easy as well. But I want to also indicate that while the agreement is not without limitations, it does represent a meaningful step toward fairness for the dedicated faculty of the University of District of Columbia. And what I want to stress to the council is UDC, I'm an example of what UDC creates. I came out of Ward 8. Chairman Mendelson knows me very well. We've had experiences. I gained a considerable experience. I wasn't ready for college until I went to Federal City College, and it got me ready. And I excelled in my graduate programs, and I'm a retired Fed, official with the Fed. So we want to produce more students like myself. This is what UDC does. It takes people who may have been rejected from other institutions, and we churn them out, and we have them as productive, positive people who are contributing to our tax base as well as to our workforce. So I think often UDC is overlooked when we look at all the different institutions, but I think that it's important to really emphasize that we serve an instrumental role here in the District of Columbia. So let me just simply say that I believe that this agreement is going to move us toward the fairness that I think faculty deserve. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions that anyone has regarding this. Respectfully, Albert Pearsall, President of the UDC Faculty Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall, and it is good to see you. I'm going to have ask Councilmember Bonds, co-chair, if she wants to go first with questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I believe you kind of covered this, Dr. Massey, in your testimony, but can you share the approximate length of time it took to negotiate the current agreement, the ninth master plan?
The plan that's before you, we began negotiating with the reconstituted teams in December of 2024. And we had a contract approved between the parties by July, in final form by August 12th, moved to the faculty when they returned on the 16th of August.
Okay. August 2024.
2025. I'm sorry, 2024.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. No,
all right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate that. Thanks so much. I wanted to just also ask, was representation in the collaboration with or independent of the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining? That is sounds foreign, right?
No, I'm just trying to think back to any history of the institution actually involving that party in the negotiations of the contract. So it was not a part of this negotiation cycle once I joined as lead negotiator. Mr. Pearsall may have information about what happened prior to.
I can just tell you that we started negotiations much earlier. However, there was a breakdown in the previous administration, and they refused to negotiate with us. It took almost a year and a half of them refusing to meet with us. It kicked back again when Dr. Massey came on board, and we reconstituted our negotiating teams, and we started the progress, and we were very determined to reach an agreement, in so fact that my team and myself, we gave up our entire summer. You know, we don't work during the summer, right? And we gave up that to make sure that we got an agreement for the faculty. But that was the willingness on the part of the administration as well as us to actually reach an agreement. But as far as the organization you mentioned, I'm unfamiliar with that organization.
All right. It is a arm of our government, and usually it is involved with negotiations. But I want the public to know you have the authority to negotiate separate and apart from that organization. Thank you very much. I wanted to just ask a little bit about you said the agreement provides for equity adjustments where management plans to review all salaries for internal and external pay discrepancies. How do you plan to do that determination?
So once we have a complete list of all of the increases and where that places faculty members, we have comparison charts for our competitor institutions and also HR data, Coupa, national standards around what constitutes movement toward the 50th percentile. So we're going to look for outliers that fall greater than 25% from those numbers, and those will be the targets for use of the discretionary equity funds.
Thank you very much. I think we are clear on the workload and how you're going to handle that. You mentioned the agreement provides an extra $2,000 per credit for teaching assignments that go beyond the contract's outlined teaching credit hours. What scenarios would lead to instructors reaching or teaching beyond the maximum teaching credit hours?
You'll come behind me. So often it's because we move into overload status. So we now are going to move from 12 credit hours per semester to 9, but we could have a faculty member that holds a unique skill set and there's a course that needs to be taught in addition to the load that they already have. And so it's a way of compensating them for taking on the overload.
All right, thank you. And could you give us an example of when that might be necessary or what the subject matter might be that would require the overload?
So it could be that there is a senior course that needs to be taught, or there may be a senior or group of seniors that need to be moved to completion. And so it might be a course that's added to a schedule that wasn't previously understood to be needed. It could be that there is an opportunity to engage a group of students around a particular research topic that that person is skilled in doing. It could be that there are needs for independent study or directed studies that that person would take on. But generally, it's because we have courses that are uncovered that might be covered by adjuncts. We would give a faculty member, continuing faculty member, first right of refusal. And if they accepted those responsibilities, they would be compensated for the overload.
Thank
One
you.
example would be like, for example, I teach economics and personal finance. Not everyone
If you could get a little closer
Oh,
to
I'm
the
sorry.
mic.
For
Thank
example,
you.
I teach economics and personal finance. Not all faculty members are really qualified to teach that. And so what could happen is if I'm teaching something else, that class could be one that, I may be asked to do because getting adjuncts to do it, there are a limited number of adjuncts who are available to do that. So that's always a possibility.
You know, another scenario, you could have a robust enrollment in a course and need to split a course in two. And then a faculty member would be asked to take on the second section of that same course. That would take them into overload status.
Okay, thank you. I just think it's very helpful for the public to have a sense of what happens at the university, and really, to some degree, how things are changing right before our eyes, so to speak. Please tell me how remedial education is handled. And I recognize that many who go to college now have some I'll say, detriments that they have not overcome. And I wondered how we handle that at the university.
Well, I can just tell you at the community college, this is what we deal with all the time. we'll have a mixture of students. Some are high performers. They're ready to go right into university. There's some that are a little behind and they just need that support. So what we do is we design our courses for all success, but you have to give people a little bit more effort, a little bit more love, a little bit more praise. And sometimes it takes them taking the course again before they actually fully get it. So they still can pass the course, but they still might not be quite there, but it just takes a little while and they actually get there. So it's just it's the pedagogy that's applied. And so it's just recognizing that you're dealing with a variety of students and you have to do it in a way that no one feels singled out, that everyone is progressing and they're actually and they're moving through the core curriculum.
Dr. Massey, you wanted to add to that?
One of the things that you will find, if you search the university's catalog, you will see that developmental courses no longer exist in our database. And so what we've done is the community college has been on the forefront of working with groups like Complete College America to look at new paradigms for engaging students who may not come to the university college ready, but have the skill to be successful in college. And so you'll see embedded supports for developmental needs. And so supplemental instruction being one of those, where you place inside of a course extra instructional supports and extra instructors who wrap those students with special compensatory strategies and opportunity for one-on-one tutoring to move them through courses that will count for credit. So you're not delaying their progression toward degree, but you're also not handicapping their ability to be successful by not giving them the supports that you are aware that they need.
All right. And so am I hearing that to handle the remedial needs that some of our students may have, that there is supplemental instruction at the university? And so does that lead to the extra $2,000 per credit for teaching assignments?
So it does not.
Okay,
So,
all right.
So the embedded instructional supports that are in place for any student, but are particularly geared towards students who may not be college ready as determined by their placement scores. Often it's not the instructor alone that is managing those supports. There are other professionals on the campus that are embedded in those classrooms, and they are paid separate and apart from the instructors.
All right, thank you very much. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. First, I always ask this at these hearings because we have sometimes found that the opposite is the case. You're both familiar with the document that's pending before the council for approval. That document accurately reflects what you all agreed to?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, so there's no issue with the document. And that's the document is what was filed and is part of the record. When did the bargaining, Mr. Pearsall, when did the bargaining begin on the ninth master?
The bargaining began, if I recall, and maybe one of my board members might be able to help me, but it began, I believe, a year or two before. I would say it was probably in 22, I believe. It began, and we started what we thought was going to be a pretty good process, but there were some snafus that occurred and communication was stopped for about a year and a half.
And then it picked up again in
It picked
December?
up again when Dr. Massey took on her role.
And Dr. Massey, I think you said December 2024, but I think you meant December 2023.
Yes. Professor Pearsall actually reached out to the president indicating an interest in resuming the bargaining and asking him to name a lead negotiator for management, and president named me. Professor Pearsall and I communicated at that point. We had some preliminary conversations, first meeting in November, and with him and I think Vice President Graves at the time.
Yes, yes.
We had 2 meetings, and then we came together as a bargaining teams in December of 2023.
And for the record, Professor Graves was the negotiating chair. at the time.
Okay.
Okay,
And then the bargaining was completed in the summer of 2024.
yes.
And the draft document was given to the union in August of 2024. Why did it take roughly 2 months for the union to ratify it?
Well,
Our process is we did have a meeting, and there were a couple of members that had unreadiness to vote. We were going to vote, and they wanted to have an in-person voting process as opposed to a process during the meeting. So that means we had to set up a whole election process, and we had to have, members, we had to send the notices out, we had to send ballots out, and we had to develop the whole process of getting people there to man. And then once we got those votes, and it was ratified significantly in favor of the agreement, we then move forward.
Okay. And then, so it was ratified on October 11th, 2024.
Yes.
And then why did it take the UDC board 2 months to get to yes?
the executive board met 30 days, within 30 days of the union ratification on November 14th, executive committee, and then the calendar already established for the committee meetings. And so that we followed the calendar that existed. It wasn't that there was a delay.
And then the board approved it on December 3rd. And it looks like it was transmitted to the mayor on February 28th, 2025. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Why did it take 3 months after the board approval to transmit it?
3 months. The contract went to the OCFO at the university to have assurances of fiscal impact. And then it moved from our OCFO to the office of the mayor.
And then do you know why it took 3 months for the mayor to get it to us?
I know that the city's office of the chief of OCFO did a thorough review of fiscal impact. And I assume that those are the discussions, deliberations that were ongoing. And that is what was reported to us.
Because I'm a little troubled that we are approving a contract that expires in, give me a second here, 3.5 months. A multi-year contract that expires in 3.5 months. And that was agreed to a year ago. So has bargaining begun on the 10th master?
No, it will start in the fall.
So the bargaining on the 10th master is going to begin after this contract expires?
Yes.
When in the fall?
Well, no. President Pearsall sent notice to President Eddington about intent to bargain on the 10th master. When his faculty members return in August 18, we can constitute the teams and begin bargaining as early as August.
Right.
Yes.
Do you agree to that,
Yeah,
Mr. Pearsall?
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, my members have been pressuring me. They want 10th master moving forward.
Give me just a second. Mr. Pearsall, are there any parts to the 9th master that require action that hasn't occurred yet, other than, of course, to pay?
I guess well, what the plan was, from my understanding, and Dr. Massey can correct me, is that once this is approved by you, we're going to start in the fall with educating people on the agreement, and then we'll start implementing all the terms of the agreement. So we've not moved forward on that until we got the word from you that it's been approved by council.
Sure, and I can't speak for colleagues, but I'm guessing that we'll probably approve this on Tuesday, the 17th.
That's wonderful.
I had asked a question because the last contract that Councilmember Bonds and I had a joint hearing on was the WTU, the teachers union contract, which required all kinds of things like setting up a committee for this and setting up a process for something else. And there were a lot of things. And so I asked the question whether there was any parts of that agreement that hadn't yet begun. And it sounds like no, other than educating and of course the compensation that.
Yeah, yeah.
I had one other question for Dr. Massey, but Mr. Pearsall, if you want to answer it as well, that's fine. You spoke, Dr. Massey, about pay being in the approaching but not at the 50th percentile. What does that mean?
So for some disciplines, this contract does get us to the 50th percentile. For others, no. So when we look at the data, we see the biggest discrepancies in where our current salaries sit and where we need to reach toward. In the School of Business, many of the business disciplines under engineering and the applied sciences. And so once we have all of the numbers run and the increases applied, we'll be able to see where we sit relative to those numbers. But for now, the biggest discrepancies are in those areas. And so we probably will get closer to the 50th percentile. We probably won't be able to make that jump in one fell swoop.
Does DC law require 50th percentile? Or is that just what the goal is of the university administration?
It's the goal of the university.
And 50th percentile of what? Of all other universities?
So we looked at a couple of different databases. We looked at competitors in the area. We looked at HR data under CUPA. That's a national database of all disciplines at universities and all salaries, all different types of institutions. So we're looking at a conglomerate of those databases and factoring in the cost of living in the District of Columbia and reaching toward 50th percentile, largely on the CUPA side, as a reasonable opportunity to give faculty members a competitive salary.
So CUPA is a national statistic or statistics?
Database, HR professionals.
So comparing UDC with universities and colleges all over the country?
Of every type, size, constitution.
Not just of the metropolitan area?
Correct.
And when you said competitors, that would be other public universities or all other universities in the metropolitan area?
The competitor set that the university identified included HBCUs in the region, Bowie, Coppin, Morgan, Eastern Shore, and looked at some regional publics on the fringes around us.
So I didn't hear you mention Howard. I didn't hear you mention like the University of Virginia or the University of Maryland.
So we didn't reach for institutions that don't look like us by profile. So those are Research One institutions that have very different frameworks for how they compensate faculty members. So we didn't see them as comparables.
Okay.
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
We might not necessarily agree on comparables because our interpretation of DC law is that we're to be compared with public institutions, including the federal government, in areas of high dollar value. So, Washington, D.C. is an expensive area. So we're going to be looking at comparables of those type of institutions. We don't think that an HBCU in Alabama is a true comparable with UDC. So, while I do understand looking at HBCUs because of what we may look like, the law is pretty clear on us being compared to institutions that are in the comparable standard metropolitan statistical areas. So that's where we're looking at. We want to bring salaries there. And I think that's only fair. We've got faculty members who are making in $60,000 a year, $70,000 a year. That might be great if you're in Alabama, but you're in the District of Columbia. That in a way, to me, it should be embarrassing, the district, that you got salaries like that going to college professors. So this is something that we want to change in the 10th master. So we're going to be very, being honest with you, we're going to be very strong about changing the salary compensation regarding that. We do understand that there are other concerns, but we really got to get faculty compensation really competitive and consistent with DC law. Now, if I'm wrong on DC law, please correct me, but based on my reading, that's what the intent was.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Bonds, if you had any follow-up.
May I just add something? I think it's important to state that when you look at the new pay schedules and you look at where the floors will be raised to, there's significant progress made in moving all faculty members toward competitive salary. And so on the at assistant professor level, you're looking at better than a $10,000, nearly a $10,000 jump in the entry point where we can place. And so I think that those are really significant movements in terms of understanding what competitive pay must be to attract and retain and keep satisfied the faculty members that choose UDC.
And I agree with Dr. Massey on that. Okay, it's a step in the right direction. So my comments were not designed to place any kind of negative, because I do feel that she was real supportive and her team to getting us to where we are. But I'm just saying our faculty keeps saying to me, hey, Al, you did a great job. That's good, but it's not enough. That's all.
Thank you both for those last comments, because that is exactly where I was kind of headed, and wondered if the thought is in developing the 10th master agreement that you will strive to move the dial again. Is that the goal?
Oh, absolutely.
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 All right. And as you're striving for that new result, are you going to look at the universities that are in our region? I know you talked about historic Black colleges, but there are other universities in the region. And I wonder how they factor into the course or the curriculum that we offer at the university.
Can you give me, I'm not sure I'm following you.
Well, what I'm asking about is, on one hand, I'm hearing that historic Black colleges were the main focus of the consideration for the ninth master plan, along with some cost of living increases based on, our regional demands living in the District of Columbia, Washington metropolitan area. And so I'm trying to understand how we're going to look at matters, the situation when you're negotiating for the 10th master plan. What does it matter? I'm sure for the faculty, it matters. And you mentioned that the new agreement, the ninth master plan, has some new work requirements. And I'm just trying to understand what would be the thought as to how we rate our faculty and how it stands up in the region. Because I can tell you when the notice came out that the law school was highly rated, its clinic was highly rated, I mean, a lot of people jumped and decided, I want to be a part of that. Sure. So how do we push students who maybe do not need remedial education, but really want an opportunity? And as they're moving to the city, moving into Washington, D.C., how do we get them interested in UDC curriculum?
So I appreciate the question and thank you for the clarity. I want to make sure that I was clear by saying that while we looked at HBCUs that surround us, that wasn't the only comparator group that we used. So the Coupa data was really the larger driver that allowed us to look nationally at institutions that look more like us and less like us, and composite that data to make some sense about what makes competitive pay for the University of the District of Columbia. One of the things that we have had to consider as faculty members at the university have been picked off by the universities around us is what does make us competitive with them. So what we know by the fact that institutions around us are very interested in the faculty members that we attract, that we are attracting top caliber faculty members. And when faculty members have left us to go to the institutions around us, George Mason, AU, Howard, Morgan, the salary differences have been less significant than the packaging around the salary, including lab spaces, lab startup. And so it's not just compensation, salary that the university has to work toward in a more competitive way, even though salary is very important. But it's packaging faculty members completely. That includes workload. So we made a major step toward reducing the amount of work that we are asking our faculty members to do, to give them the time and space to pursue the other aspects of their job expectation. And so a 3-3 is a major step forward and makes us more competitive with institutions around us. So salary is a big one. We look nationally at salary databases to try to make decisions about what makes sense for our faculty members. But we are also working to look on the non-personnel side at resources that will allow us to compete with the George Mason that UDC may offer a summer startup to a new faculty member somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a summer. They're likely starting with $25,000 a summer and a dedicated lab. And so it's a comprehensive and multi-layered set of needs around compensation that we're having to consider. Salary and workload were two big ones for us in terms of starting in the right direction.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's so important for the public to hear that and understand where we're headed, which is up the scale. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Co-Chair Bonds. I have no other questions for you. Dr. Massey, please get us your statement today. That's going to conclude this roundtable. And the roundtable again has been consideration of PR 26-220, which is the collective bargaining agreement between the University of the District of Columbia and its faculty association. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. this coming Monday, June 16, 2025. The time is 9:58 in the morning, and this roundtable is adjourned.
Thank you.
We're going to start the next hearing in 15 minutes, which means in 10:15.
Yeah, the schedule should be in there. Has all the other dates or markup and everything at the bottom.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Friday, June 13th, 2025. The time is 10:35 in the morning. And this hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This is the sixth of 7 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. And testimony is welcome as well with regard to Budget Support Act titles and the revised budget or supplemental budget for fiscal year 2025. I neglected to say I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Committee of the Whole and Chair of the Council. The subject of the agencies that are subject to today's hearing are the Council of the District of Columbia and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. And we will hear testimony first regarding the Council of the District of Columbia and then turn to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. The mayor submitted the budget on May 27th of this year, and the council has by law 70 days to act, and we vote twice. So the first vote can be no later than 56 days following submission of the budget. We've scheduled the votes for July 14th and July 28th. There will be a 7th and final hearing by the Committee of the Whole next Wednesday, June 18th, and that is open to testimony regarding any and all agencies of the district government, as well as all of the legislative measures that the mayor submitted, the Budget Support Act, the revised budget for the current year, the proposed fiscal year 26 budget, and the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. That will be next Wednesday, June 18th. And as I said, first reading will be July 14th. With that, I am going to call witnesses, the non-government witnesses regarding the Council of the District of Columbia, Joanna Blotner, who's listed as Director of Government Affairs with DC Action, Lamantria Cruz, Catherine Landfield, and Malkia Lydia. Some people may be participating online. The committee doesn't really have a lot of questions regarding the budget for the council. However, this is included in our public hearing schedule because it's an opportunity for the public to testify regarding the budget for the Council of the District of Columbia. And with that, Ms. Blotner, you'll be first. There's a 3-minute clock, if you would be mindful of that.
I will try.
Number 4. The hearing document said 4 minutes.
All right. I would still prefer 3 minutes. We've got another 34 witnesses to come. I won't cut you off right at 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I serve as the Government Affairs Director at DC Action. I'm testifying today on the budget of the Council of the District of Columbia and the need for its budget to promote greater public accessibility as well as greater equity with the district's executive agencies. Members and clients of DC's Action's many coalitions and our many partner organizations often face language barriers participating in council hearings, meetings, and community events. The council's process for requesting translation or interpretation can be onerous and inconsistent. And for hearings where translation or interpretation is able to be provided, that service is often only available for a short portion of the witnesses panel. This leaves the remainder of the hearing, both public and government witness portions, inaccessible to that witness and to the larger public of residents, requiring Spanish, Amharic, ASL, or other language access accommodations to civically engage. At a time when immigrant communities are under attack federally and by our own local leaders, it is imperative for the council to hear from and engage directly with impacted residents. Too often, community members and advocates are told it is a matter of budget constraints that prevent hearings or meetings from being fully or proactively accessible. Budget constraints should not be an impediment to engaging in the democratic process. The council secretary's budget appears to allocate $1.6 million for various contractual services for FY26, of which translation and interpretation are presumably one of the anticipated costs for this budget line. We urge the committee to thoroughly analyze this budget line to ensure the amount designated for translation and interpretation is sufficient to enable improvements to the council's accessibility of budget and oversight hearings, legislative hearings, CAH and legislative meetings, hearing notices and sign-up forms, and councilmember community engagements such as office hours, ward workdays, and town hall listening sessions. Finally, the council should budget for one or more sets of translation devices so residents who are attending hearings or meetings in person can listen along with simultaneous translation provided. In addition to language access, the council should also budget for overtime for hearings to start and run later in the day to better accommodate student and youth voices, educators, and working parents, particularly parents in low-wage jobs who have less flexibility to take time off for daytime hearings. We also believe it would be beneficial for the public for select hearings and roundtables to happen outside the Wilson Building and physically in the community, which may require funding for space rental and setup. A final note on accessibility of the legislative process and body. DC Action has significant concerns about the increased presence of armed security officers, including MPD police officers, in the Wilson Building, who have become increasingly hostile to residents exercising their democratic rights. Residents simply trying to talk to elected officials and council staff or to testify, not even trying to protest or engage in disruptive actions. On numerous occasions, officers have stalked and intimidated groups of service providers, their clients, and youth that DC Action has brought to the Wilson Building, and they have behaved similarly with partner organizations of ours. In my observation, this happens only when a majority Black and Brown group comes to the Wilson Building. It's intimidating our residents who are civically engaging, really the best use of our taxpayer dollars. A better use of our taxpayer dollars would be to increase the legislative staff rather than security capacity at the council. Council staff and members have far too much on their plates and are significantly undercompensated compared to executive agency staff in comparable roles. The mayor's office is netting 44 new staffers, largely for community affairs roles, while council staffing levels and pay remain relatively stagnant. This is a disservice to the public who need more council staff to be subject matter experts, more deeply engaged in year-round oversight, and more focus on legislative solutions to systemic poverty, racism, and inequality. A stronger, more well-resourced council body is good for the district, and it's good for local democracy. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Blattner. I did let you go over. Ms. Lanfield?
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Catherine Lanfield, and I am a DC resident and the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition. As a leader in the coalition that fights for a racially equitable DC budget, I will give feedback on ways to improve council processes in service of a more just, transparent, and community-engaged budget process. First, thank you for developing a strong hearings management system. We all appreciate the clearer and more accessible approach. Number one, continue with collective priority setting. I also thank you for making a significant leap in both faith and practice, calling the council together to hold collective priority setting conversations ahead of committee markups. This is a strong step to ensuring that the most pressing citywide priorities get the funding and attention they need across committees. This approach probably feels uncertain at this time, but it will eventually be an easier and even indispensable process that strengthens the council's ability to pass a budget that better meets the needs of the people. Already in the one open meeting we've been able to watch, we heard members grappling with root causes of problems and policy solutions. We urge you to start this process earlier next year and make these meetings public. As well, establish rules and outcomes to strengthen the process for future years. Number two, center strong community engagement through hearings. Ensure that the budget oversight schedule does not disadvantage community members, even when there are unforeseen delays and changes to the schedule. For the past 2 years, the mayor's delays have resulted in the largest hearings at which impacted community members testify to be at the beginning of the schedule. This year had noticeably fewer community members testifying at those hearings. This scramble makes it much harder for community members to commit to a process that is already intimidating, time-consuming, and causes challenges for work and family schedules. In the case of budget delays that upend the schedule, the convenience of paid staff must not take precedence over community engagement. I strongly second what Joanna testified about in the importance of interpretation for language access, and really all of her other points. Additionally, make accommodations for undocumented residents to testify. Testifying on the record has become potentially dangerous for them, and folks are scared to appear. Number 3, hold oversight hearings for all agencies during the budget process. This year's messy scheduling also allowed for smaller agencies to avoid public oversight. For example, the Corrections Oversight Improvement Amendment Act of 2022 continues to go unfunded in spite of continued deplorable conditions in the jail. But the CIC had no hearing to demonstrate that they are able to provide adequate oversight without these funds. Number 4, hold annual revenue hearings through the CAH. The demise of the TRC showed that the council needs to have its own process for considering essential policy information on revenue and getting community input. Moreover, the full council through the CAH is the proper place to address these given the council's shared responsibility for the budget. Number 5, increase the staff budget. I would be remiss if I didn't sing the praises of the many incredible staffers at the council, and also lift up that there are too few of them for the workloads they carry. The strain on their bandwidth is an impediment to best practice and also causes burnout. The council should add staff for all the legislative research, community engagement, drafting, oversight, and more that is required of them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I have more recommendations in my written testimony, which I will be submitting shortly, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lanfield. Thank you, each of you. The other witnesses I called are not present. It is helpful to have the testimony beforehand because then I can read it along, and I can also highlight and note things. With regard to language access, I will ask the council secretary, Ms. Howard, when she testifies about that. I sort of have an understanding why it is the way it is, but I'll let her explain that. And with regard to the security, that's of concern to me, what you're saying, but I am unaware of these instances. And I would urge that if there is an instance where and I'm looking at your testimony, where officers have stalked and intimidated groups of service providers or clients and youth, I would say bring that to the attention of the secretary's office right away. Without complaint, there's absolutely nothing we can do. I will add that there has been increasing concern given just what's going on around the country, and I'm not referring to the last 3 months, but just over recent years about violence and government buildings, that there is increasing concern by some council members that we need to increase security in the building. We are far more open than, for instance, the U.S. Capitol or those buildings. And so while I'm very sympathetic to your testimony on this, Ms. Blattner, there's actually been some urge to go even further with regard to security. The
Can I
last
just
thing
note-
I'm going to say, and I'll give you a second, but only a second, is the question goes through my mind, what is the purpose of a public hearing? So for instance, today, in my view, the purpose of this hearing with regard to the council is to see if there are any concerns about the council's operations. Both of you have brought up concerns that are quite relevant and that we should think about. But there are hearings that we get a lot of repetitive testimony. And so hearing from each of you, the issues you brought up has a value. Hearing that 100 times doesn't have 100 times more value. And so then is the purpose of the hearing to be an open forum for anyone and everyone. And maybe sometimes it is, but not, I would say not every time. You were going to say something.
Yes, I will just note by comparison with the U.S. Capitol, only on one occasion have I seen police, Capitol Police, like doing the same level of stalking and intimidation that I've seen in this building. And that was during like the free DC engagements where legitimately members were trying to be intentionally disruptive and occupying offices of Senate or House members. But I've never had on any of the lobby days that I've arranged and led at the Capitol the same level of stalking and harassment that we have seen mostly in the last year in the Wilson building. So just as a note, no objection to the security checks coming into the building. That is a justifiable, reasonable process. But again, it's the stalking, the intimidation, the rude behavior with folks who are just, doing walkarounds, doing lobbying, often with scheduled meetings, feels incredibly inappropriate.
And again,
And I will be happy to document all of that for the secretary.
or just bring complaints in the moment
Yeah.
to the secretary. I have no other questions for either of you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. I will note it's a little harder to get here today, not because of the district government. So thank you all. Let me turn to Nyasha Howard, who's the Secretary of the Council of the District of Columbia.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for your flexibility. I expected that it would be quite difficult to get down to the Wilson building today. So thank you for your flexibility in allowing me to testify virtually. Good morning, all. I am Nyasha Howard, Secretary to the Council, and I respectfully submit testimony in support of the fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Council of the District of Columbia, which totals $38,522,594.45, along with 229 authorized FTEs. This budget request reflects a slight increase of 3.49% over last fiscal year. And while I understand that the district is navigating through a very challenging period, I would like to emphasize that the increase in the council's budget is a modest adjustment that reflects ongoing operational needs and inflationary pressures. This budget is not about growth, Mr. Chairman. It's about investing in our number one asset, which is our people, and ensuring that the council can continue to function at its current capacity and remain a transparent, responsive, and accountable institution for all district residents. To that end, I'd like to highlight a couple things that the FY 2026 budget request includes. The first item is a 3% COLA increase for eligible council staff. And as you would notice, this actually accounts for much of the increase. The proposed COLA adjustment is a standard part of maintaining fair compensation for council staff. The adjustment is necessary to retain the dedicated and experienced personnel who are crucial to the council's continued success, and it reflects our commitment to maintaining a competitive and motivated workforce. The second aspect, Mr. Chairman, is a slight increase in the non-personnel services budget for council members. Similarly, the increase in the NPS budget for council members is a necessary step to ensure that their offices can continue to function effectively in an environment where inflation has increased operational costs over the past decade. The funds are crucial to maintaining the operational capacity of councilmember offices, from technology and office supplies to outreach efforts. The resources provided to council members allow them to serve their constituents effectively. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, this budget maintains our PS funding focus. As in past years, the majority of the council's budget continues to be allocated to personnel services. Coupled with our efforts to maintain competitive salaries, it is our commitment to offer great benefits to our employees, including maintaining our 3% retirement match, professional development funding for our staff, our student loan repayment program, and our WMATA transit subsidy. This budget also includes a slightly increased fringe assessment from 24.7% this fiscal year, to 26.3% in the next year. This budget request represents a targeted investment in our people and our ability to serve the public effectively. By prioritizing these areas, we ensure that the council remains an efficient and responsive body that can continue to fulfill its mission even in challenging times, as the witnesses before me testified. In addition to the council's budget, the council is responsible for administering the paper agency, the Uniform Law Commission, which is a statutory responsibility to pay for the district's dues to the ULC and any related travel expenses for our 6 commissioners. This funding is quite modest, amounting to only $65,000, and ensures that the district remains in compliance with important national legal standards. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I ask for your support for the FY26 budget request. This budget will allow us to continue our important work on behalf of district residents. I want to take this opportunity to thank the council staff, as I always do. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The only question I have for you, I think you were listening to the testimony of the previous witnesses. Can you speak to what the council's approach is and why it is what it is with regard to translation?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So we are committed to making sure that all residents have equal access to the council and ability to participate in our hearings. All our forms, including our hearing notices and forms accessible online, state that we require 5 business days notice in order to procure translation services. We do not have translators on staff, so therefore we must contract with a vendor to provide services. So with those 5 business days, we are able to contract with the vendor, contact the vendor, secure services, and then provide those services. Anything short of 5 business days, Mr. Chairman, leaves not only our staff scrambling, but the vendor scrambling. So with 5 business days notice, we can almost probably 99% assure that we can provide services as requested.
Does it cost more if it's less than 5 days?
Yes, there is a rush charge that is imposed by the vendor. So we will pay the rush charge if we can secure the services. The issue is securing the services with less than 5 business days notice.
And I don't know if you can answer this, but if at this committee of the whole hearing this morning, with regard to the council, let's say that there were 20 witnesses and 3 of them requested translation, how much would that cost the council?
I don't have a number offhand, but it would probably be $1,000. We must pay for a minimum of 2 hours of service. So with those 3 witnesses, what we would typically do is try to encourage the witnesses to testify together so that we can minimize any additional costs that we will incur, but it would typically be about $1,000 for that 2-hour service.
Minimum of 2 hours, and is it 1 translator or 2?
2 translators are provided or supposed to be provided.
And that's just part of the way it's done?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any other questions. So you're excused. We're going to move on to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Thank you again.
Thank
you. You for your work. So we're going to turn now to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I got lots of witnesses here. I think what we'll do is we'll try to divide it into thirds, or as many people as when we fill that table up. Nicole Irwin, who's with DC Scores. Haley Finn. who's with Theater J. David Olson, also with Theater J. Hester Kamen. I guess I'm going to stop there because I filled up the table. I know the previous panel browbeat me into 4 minutes, but we got a lot of witnesses, so 3 minutes, please. If you're in person, which you guys are, there are clocks all over the place, so you can see the time. For folks who are virtual, be in gallery view, and you can see the clock that way. Nicole Irwin.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicole Irwin, and I am a site management coordinator at DC Scores. I am also a Ward 1 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DC Scores. We are a nonprofit serving more than 3,500 district kids at 68 DC public and public charter schools through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs, which we offer at no cost to families or schools. We are a legacy of the 1994 World Cup and are celebrating our 30th anniversary of serving kids in the district. Our programs build teams of poet athletes, young people who are committed to their physical, emotional, and social well-being. Poet athletes use their voices to express themselves, serve as leaders in their communities, and speak up against injustice. We would like to thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the DC Council, for your continued support for the arts in DC. We believe that access to the arts is vital for DC youth, and we are asking the Council to fully fund the Commission on Arts and Humanities budget for grants in FY 2026. Support from the Commission is critical to our poetry program. Its funding helps us deliver weekly poetry programming and offer an enhanced weekend writing program for our most talented young poets. Thanks to the Commission, our poet athletes have everything they need to find their creative passion: pens, notebooks, trained writing coaches, and workshops from the best professional poets in DC. This funding is helping district kids express their creativity, process their emotions, and speak up about the issues they care about. Every year, the Commission's help through the Arts or Humanities Education Project, DC Scores hosts the largest youth slams in the city. Thousands of kids take to the mic to perform original poems about the people they love and the city they care about. They speak movingly on issues ranging from their fears over rising violence and their desire for climate actions to their hopes for the future. My favorite moment from this year's slam was how you could not only hear it in the voices of our poet athletes, but you could see it in their being. The way they carry themselves, knowing that they are a part of something greater, and how it contributes positively to the community in which they grew up. To highlight the important work we are doing together in true DC Scores style, I'd like to close by reading an excerpt from a poem written by DC Scores alum and current Duke Ellington student, Alex. This poem is titled Lemonade. Art to only exist in metaphors, rhythm, and literary devices. So you can't speak to me without analogies, and I overanalyze the little things. Overthink because my creative mind can't keep from caring too much, like what did the period after I'm good mean? I want to know why your poetry makes my eyes water the way it does and tell you you did good and give you a hug. I want to know if you even know love. Has love been good to you? My art makes me think, so artists, you can't unpoet me. Thank you for your time, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Irwin. Haley Finn.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. My name is Haley Finn, and I'm the Artistic Director of Theater J, which is part of the EDC JCC, located in the heart of DC between DuPont and Logan Circles. I moved here from Minneapolis, where I served on the city's Arts Commission for 6 years. I felt fortunate to move to DC because of its vibrant art scene and the significance of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities' impact on the city's cultural life. I'm asking you today to sustain that support. It is more urgent than ever. I have seen firsthand the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities' impact on our community. At Theater J, we perform plays that inspire dialogue and foster community. For example, this past season, Sunmi Chomet performed her play about being a Korean adoptee struggling with her sense of identity and belonging. After each performance, she led a conversation with other local adoptees who shared their stories. People came up to me afterwards and said it was the first time that they had been able to have these hard conversations with loved ones. People returned with family members so that they could start the conversation with their parents, conversations they weren't able to have before. The arts bring people together, and in a fractured world, this is more important than ever. This season, we also presented the regional premiere of Prayer for the French Republic, which illuminates the experience of a family faced with an active anti-Semitism. We performed the play for a diverse group of audience members who were moved by the themes in the play. What do we do when we are confronted with an act of hate, and how can we support each other as we move forward? I am grateful to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities for supporting our work, which fosters this kind of compassion, empathy, and dialogue. I am here today to encourage you to continue this critical support. We respectfully request that the Council continue to fund the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities at its current level. This investment ensures that Theater J and all of our colleagues across the district can continue to bring powerful, community-centered stories to life, engaging residents across all 8 wards. Your continued support makes this meaningful work possible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Finn. David Olson.
My name is David Lloyd Olson, and I've been a Ward 1 resident since 2009, the Managing Director of Theater J at the Edlovich DC Jewish Community Center since 2021, and a DC parent since September. Today, I'm here to thank you for your past support of the arts and humanities and to urge you to sustain and strengthen the funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities in the fiscal year 2026 budget because of the important role the Commission has played in creating economic opportunities for DC artists and arts workers. I also come sharing concerns about the challenges of the proposed arts grant-making legislation and urge that the legislation be amended so that general operating support can continue to go to community centers. The arts and humanities are not a luxury. The creative economy here in DC is a living, breathing engine of opportunity, belonging, and prosperity for every resident and visitor in the district. The Commission is one of our city's most powerful tools to ensure that creativity is not confined to the Kennedy Center and the National Mall, but flows through classrooms, neighborhoods, festivals, parks, and public spaces. It helps ensure that the arts are not only present, but accessible, equitable, and representative of DC's rich cultural mosaic. Sustaining the Commission's funding is an investment in job creation in all 8 wards. Our local creative economy supports over 150,000 jobs, according to the DC Office of Planning, from musicians and painters to lighting technicians and teaching artists. These are real people doing meaningful work, contributing to the district's vibrancy and economy. These are jobs that cannot be outsourced, so they're arts jobs that build economic resilience in the district, especially in these uncertain times. Over the past year, we've at the JCC hired 116 DC residents in arts jobs, and Theater J welcomed over 15,000 audience members to the district last year and served over 1,500 DC public and charter school students. I'm grateful that the proposed arts grant-making legislation is seeking to ensure stability in grant-making to arts organizations, and it speaks to Chairman Mendelson, yours and the Council's commitment to local arts organizations. But the challenges outlined in the Commission's recently published GOS Stability Legislative Analysis document, which I urge you to review, are real ones for organizations like the JCC and our colleagues at the DC Center for LGBTQ+ Community and the Latin American Youth Center, organizations that have run arts and humanities programs for decades, but would potentially see our grants cut because our community organizations run other essential community programs besides our arts and humanities programs. I hope the Council will amend the legislation to clarify that community organizations continue to be eligible for general operating support grants for our arts and humanities programs. The rest of my testimony has been submitted in writing, but I conclude by sharing that my hope for my newborn son is that he grows up in a DC that is culturally diverse and artistically vibrant, like the one I've called home for half my life. In this moment, when there is a concerted effort by the White House to make culture less diverse and less inclusive and less accessible, I hope that as a DC resident, our tax dollars can continue to be used to sustain the Commission's funding and keep DC's creative economy strong, inclusive, and thriving for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Hester Kamen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. My name is Hester Kamen, and I'm a theater and dance educator. In the past 3 years, I've worked with 2,000 students in more than 30 DC schools through classroom residency programs with Theater J and Cinetic Theater. Thank you for the support that's made that possible. When my 5th grade student, Kendrick, found out I was coming here today, he told me that I had to choose my words carefully because an ordinary person is more likely to be recruited by the NFL than to have the opportunity to address the government. So thank you for listening today. DC students are struggling. They're struggling academically, they're struggling financially, and they're struggling with their behavioral patterns. But what scares me the most is their struggle with hopelessness. Their collective sense that the course of their lives has been predetermined by their skin color, their immigration status, their financial situation, or trouble in their families. My own early childhood involved dire poverty. When you're young and dealing with the danger and instability that comes with that, you cannot imagine a future. You exist only in the present. You learn that anything can be taken away in a flash: your possessions, your parents, your home. But there is one thing that can never be taken away: education. And the fundamental skill that arts education teaches is how to start with nothing and turn it into something. A blank page, an empty studio, a musical instrument waiting on a table. The arts teach us that whoever we are and wherever we come from, there are always options and possibilities, and we ourselves have the power to imagine them and make them happen. Arts education is hope in action. This is why I urge the Council to continue and sustain robust funding for cultural programs, the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. The programs are lifelines for students who are looking for proof that they can shape their own futures, that they are more than their circumstances, and that they have voices worth hearing. Out of curiosity, I looked up the statistics to see if Kendrick was right, that an ordinary person is more likely to be recruited by the NFL than to have the opportunity to address the government. It turns out that he was wrong, and disappointingly, I am not going to be playing for the Steelers. But I thought about his comment and how it reflected how remote he feels the government is from his own life, even though I bet that many people in this room went to DCPS yourselves. I hope Kendrick will be representing us one day. Even at 10, he's a fair and just person and a deep thinker. In the meantime, I hope that you'll help him and all the children in DC gain the skills they need to envision and create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kamen, thank you for your testimony. I don't have questions for any of you. I have your statements, and that's helpful. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Laura Haygood, who's Executive Director with the DC History Center. Mark Chalfant, who's Executive and Artistic Director with Washington Improv. Rebecca Lemos Otero. Maureen Dwyer was listed as a public witness, but I think she's with Sitar. Santa Lopez, who's a volunteer and outreach coordinator with Teatro de la Luna. You're Miss Lopez? Okay. Ms. Haygood, you're up, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Laura Brower Haygood, and I am the Executive Director of the DC History Center. The DC History Center is a nonprofit organization dedicated to deepening an understanding of our city's rich and diverse past. We accomplish this through educational programs, exhibitions, research support, and public engagement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I would first like to begin by expressing our gratitude for the approximately $146,000 operating grant we were awarded by the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, as well as the $60,800 capital projects grant to improve our digital infrastructure and enhance public access through our website. This funding is quite simply indispensable and allows us to preserve and celebrate our city's history. Over the past year, the DC History Center has been able to expand our public programs, exhibitions, and educational initiatives with the support of the Council and the Commission. Our staff and volunteers have worked tirelessly to increase community engagement, reaching audiences across all 8 wards of the city, and partnering with local schools, neighborhood groups, and cultural institutions. These efforts help to ensure that DC's history is not only preserved, but is also accessible and relevant to the everyday lives of residents. Similarly, grants to organizations like Humanities DC, represented by my colleague here, Rebecca, who you'll be hearing from, help to advance these goals. And we support the continued funding of our heritage-based peers doing this important work alongside us. We also sincerely appreciate the Commission's efforts this calendar year to accelerate the grant administration and disbursement process. We have observed the Commission's enhanced diligence and commitment to ensuring funds are distributed more promptly this spring, which has significantly helped our ability to plan effectively and carry out our mission without interruption in this current moment. Speaking of the current environment for arts and humanities organizations is increasingly challenging. With many federal grants being reduced or eliminated, local support from entities like the Commission has never been more critical. The DC History Center understands and values the role that the Commission plays as a vital resource for organizations like ours, helping to sustain the cultural vitality of the district in these uncertain times. We stand as one of many beacons of hope for the revived downtown, showcasing the deep history of our neighborhood, building, and organization. We also recognize that the Council is navigating an especially complex fiscal environment this year and must balance many priorities. Still, we respectfully ask the committee to maintain the current funding level for the Commission in the upcoming budget cycle. Continuing to support the Commission means investing in the arts, culture, and history that enrich our city's identity, educate our residents, and attract visitors. This support is especially important as we approach the America 250 anniversary, a moment of national reflection that will bring increased attention to our city. This presents a unique opportunity, just a couple more things. This presents a unique opportunity to celebrate and elevate the stories, institutions, and voices that make our city exceptional. I'm honored to serve on the district's America 250 Commission and believe that to truly capitalize on this opportunity, we need to prioritize and support our local arts and humanities organizations.
I'm going to cut you off there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mark Chalfant.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members and everyone in the hearing room. I'm the Executive and Artistic Director at Washington Improv Theater, or WIT. For 27 years, WIT has brought joy, laughter, creative exploration, and connection to DC through the unscripted magic of improv. At WIT, everyone is welcome. You don't need a headshot, you don't need a theater degree, you just need to show up, listen, and say yes and. It's one of the most inclusive art forms out there. It's democratic by design. We've helped launch major talent like Natasha Rothwell, Aparna Nancherla, Rory Scovel, and Jubin Parang from The Daily Show. But our heart is always right here, serving DC artists, students, and audiences. Today, WIT is at a crossroads. We lost our longtime performance home at Source 3 years ago. We've been grateful to be in residence at Studio Theater since then, but we need a permanent home for our shows, our classes, and our community. We're this close to signing a lease in Noma for a beautiful space that we want to become WIT's forever home. To get there, we need the Large Capital Grants Program. It's the single most important funding tool that grassroots arts organizations like ours have. But we face two major barriers. First, the rules aren't fair. To qualify for a large capital grant, we need a 30-year lease. Not 29, not 28, 30, exactly. But only 7 of those years have to be in the future. Does that make any sense? That 30-year lease will also trigger a huge transfer tax to be borne by us, the renter. That's going to be a deal breaker for a lot of smaller organizations. So I have to ask, who does this rule serve? Because it's not us, and it's not equitable. The second issue is that the process hasn't been fair. This year, there was $4.5 million for capital grants in the FY25 budget, but it vanished from the open panel-led process and instead has been quietly handed out to 3 legacy theaters. No applications, no transparency. We love those theaters, don't get me wrong, but cutting the line and avoiding the process of fairness isn't right. So this year in the FY26 budget, there is $4.5 million back in the budget. I'm here to urge you to please protect that funding. Expand it if you can to make up for the fact that there was no panel-led process last year, and keep it a public panel-led process this year. Because if this funding disappears again, we and many others will be shut out again. Capital grants don't just build buildings, they build credibility, stability, and future investment. They say this organization belongs here. Thank you for your time, for your service, and for standing up for the arts. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we invite everyone at the council and anyone listening to come to one of WIT's free Improv for All workshops held year-round throughout the city. My full testimony has been submitted in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chalfant. And I do have your testimony, your statement. And that's very helpful. Thank you. Rebecca Lemos-Otero.
Hi, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. My name is Rebecca Lemos-Otero, and I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, as in past years, as the Executive Director of Humanities DC, our city's designated Humanities Council. Humanities DC is both a grant maker and a producer of public humanities programming, including initiatives like our Community Journalism Project and the DC Oral History Collaborative. While we have historically been an affiliate of the National Endowment of the Humanities, the recent federal cuts, including what equals to 40% of our 2025 operations and public programming budget, are resulting in restructuring that have introduced a high level of uncertainty about our future funding and relationship. Local investment through the DC government and in partnership with the Commission of Arts and Humanities is now the primary force sustaining our work. Thanks to the funding increase in this past year, Humanities DC was experiencing one of its strongest years in recent memory. With a thriving community trusted team, energizing programming, significant increase in attendance, and growing interest in partners locally and beyond. This kind of engagement reflects the appetite DC residents have for creating and claiming space in the city's narrative. Unfortunately, despite rising community engagement and impact, we are now contending with both complete elimination of federal funding and a proposed modest but impactful reduction in local support. We've seen an overwhelming support from individual support from individual donors and private funders, but for the losses too immediate and severe to be corrected as quickly as needed. In response, we've made difficult but necessary decisions, laying off staff, canceling our fellowship programming, and scaling back free public programs. We understand that the FY26 budget is a challenging one, and we deeply appreciate that the humanities and arts remain a part of the conversation. With the federal government abandoning its cultural and civic commitments, the role of local infrastructure is even more essential. In Washington, D.C., where national narratives often overshadow local voices, this work is uniquely important. We preserve the stories that too often go unheard, and in partnership with CAH, support the creators whose work helps the city reflect, connect, and grow. Our collaboration with CAH is a stabilizing and energizing force. Together, we're ensuring that DC's humanists, storytellers, scholars, archivists, and cultural bearers can continue to build and share work that touches every resident across all 8 wards. We respectfully urge the council to continue protecting humanities and arts funding in the district. These investments are not abstract. They show up in libraries, religious spaces, schools, community centers, and public events. They show up in the stories that shape our city's future. Thank you again for your time and for your ongoing commitment to the people and cultures that make DC extraordinary.
Thank you, Ms. Otero. Maureen Dwyer.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Maureen Dwyer, Executive Director of Sitar Arts Center, where children, teens, and young adults living in DC have equitable access to multidisciplinary arts education as well as career training. We engage up to 900 youth each year with 40,000 collective student learning hours annually. Students come to us from every ward in DC. Each semester, 80% of our youth are from households with low income. Most are at less than 30% of AMI. We employ 25 full-time employees and 55 paid faculty members. This summer, in addition to a full-day arts camp for 140 school-age children, we will provide intensive paid workforce development for 100 DC youth ages 14 to 24. Across the year, 154 DC youth will have paid internships either at or through CAH. Today, I also represent the steering committee of the DC Arts Education Alliance. We are 18 organizations dedicated to arts education in DC. Together, we reach more than 15,000 youth in DC. CAH and the Alliance recognize and appreciate the Council's strong belief and investment in the arts and the strong leadership at the Commission from Chairman Van Lee, Director Myers, and Deputy Director Markey. As we prepare for FY26, arts organizations are facing funding cuts on many levels. The National Endowment for the Arts rescinded or terminated grants across DC this year. We are not projecting any NEA monies in FY26. And for arts education, the cuts may be deeper because the NEA typically funds a substantial portion of the CAH AHEP project. Additionally, the Kennedy Center dissolved the Social Impact Initiative, which impacts funding and space for many of us. We therefore need stable funding levels from the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. For CAH, GOS is vital. 2 years ago, the percentage of the sales tax was reduced, and because of that, we've seen a 10% budget reduction since FY24. Also, there are no longer lapsing funds, which means there will be no fund balance for the Commission to make up funds lost in the budget. I've been grateful to the Chairman and Council for taking action to eliminate earmarks that were dispersed through CAH. As you heard from Mark, I won't go into detail. That did not happen this year, and I advocate for a return to the original intent of the large cap grants in FY26. I have more in my written testimony, but I see I'm at time, so I will say thank you and appreciate your consideration and support for the arts in DC.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Santa Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman Mandelson, for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commissions on the Arts and Humanities throughout DC's 8 wards. My name is Santa Lopez. I am testifying as a volunteer and outreach coordinator on behalf of Teatro de la Luna. Teatro de la Luna is a nonprofit theater company whose mission is to promote Hispanic culture and foster cross-cultural understanding between Spanish and English-speaking communities through Spanish language, English language, and bilingual theater plays and activities. We forward this mission by producing plays, poetry, marathons, and musical events for children, teens, and adults in DC. Throughout our 40 years, Teatro de la Luna has dedicated its efforts to serve the DC community, specifically the Hispanic Latino immigrant population, as well as at-risk teenagers and senior citizens. Located in Petworth, we have witnessed firsthand the benefits that the arts have on DC residents. We will not be able to provide the artistic activities we do were it not for DC Commissions on the Arts and Humanities. They play a pivotal role in our performance as a theater company in DC. We understand this is a challenging budgeting year, and you are facing many difficult decisions. We are testifying today to ask you to consider that DC Arts and Humanities programs are essential and a vital part of our community's identity. Specifically, in this complex moment, the funding DC Commission on the Arts provides to Humanities DC for grants and services to community-based nonprofits, youth servicing organizations, independent practitioners, and more for public humanities programs and projects in every neighborhood and ward is indispensable. As a lifelong resident, DC resident, and lately a decade-long full-time non-paid volunteer, I work with various organizations, agencies, and individuals who seek and receive arts and humanities grants. I can assure you that the funds are put to good work, all to benefit the community. Despite grants, the day-to-day work oftentimes require physical and financial sacrifices of leaders and staff. This is the reason I myself, since retiring from federal service in January 2017, have been dedicated to join their efforts. Through Teatro de la Luna, I have created and maintained a volunteer pool that we train while supporting various community events, fundraisers, etc. I often serve as volunteer coordinator at various other non-Teatro de la Luna community events. I serve as liaison to create and coordinate partnerships of intra-agency efforts to serve our community.
Ms. Lopez, I'm going to interrupt you. I don't have a copy of your statement, so I have no idea how much more you have, but you're
Not
over your,
much.
well, you're over your time.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had computer issues, and that's why I can submit the rest.
Okay, if you would, please.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
So that's going to conclude the testimony of this group of witnesses. I have a couple of questions, but I did want to say this. Ms. Dwyer, you said that the FY24 Budget Act reduced the percentage of sales tax that funds Commission on Arts and Humanities. That's not correct. There was an escalator provision, and the escalation was reduced. I think it was capped to 1%. But the amount of sales tax that's been dedicated has not changed. You also said that 10% budget reduction since FY24. Actual spending in FY24 was $42 million, and the proposed budget for next year is $45 million, which is an increase of about $3 million. That's not to say that there isn't less money available than had originally been thought when we adopted the dedicated tax with an escalator in it. But it's not correct to say that the budget has been reduced. I guess I will add to that in case anybody has not watched any of these hearings, I feel that the commission has not figured out the right way to support existing groups, and that I see year after year a continued instability in terms of the amount of general operating support funding that goes to organizations. Some get more, some might get more this year and less next year. Some may get more every year, others get less and less every year. And we have tried to understand what the rationales behind all that. Let me ask you, Ms. Otero, your organization gets funding both from the Commission on Arts and Humanities as well as from the NEA.
Correct.
Are the NEA dollars drying up entirely?
The NEH dollars are they are still in question for this year, but they were closed to us for a period of time, and we're not sure if they will come back. And then for 2026 budget, it is being considered for elimination.
Being considered for elimination. That
Yeah.
is the president's budget, but we don't
Yes.
know what Congress is going to do.
No, but currently
that
the way
we're
Congress is moving, we don't have high hopes.
So how much money do you get through the NEA?
NEH, we get about 900,000. So almost $1 million, depending on the year.
Okay, so that's a jeopardy this year and a jeopardy next year.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions for you. Thank you very much. Paul Tetro, who's director of Ford's Theater Society. Danielle Carter. Excuse me, Carrier. Danielle Carrier. My apologies. Tanya Butler Truesdale. Marjorie Goldberg. Loretta Thompson. Amy Seidman, Executive Director of Story District. Lamantria Cruz. Rhonda Henderson. You're Rhonda Henderson. Excellent. Kim Bender. I will stop there. Mr. Tetro, good morning.
Chairman Mendelson and staff, thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. My name is Paul Tatron. I've been the director of Ford's Theater Society for the last 21 years. As you may know, Ford's Theater has been a proud member of the DC arts and humanities community for more than 50 years. We are incredibly grateful for the generous support provided by the DC Council and the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities over the years. As it pertains to the FY26 budget cycle, I'd like to share my thoughts about the Commission's budget and the future of arts and humanities funding in DC. First, with the ongoing threat of cuts to federal funding for arts and humanities, it is increasingly important that the city continues to support funding for the Commission. Funding from the Commission has become much more vital since the beginning of this year, and significant shifts in funding levels and priorities could mean the difference between survival and shutdown for many of the organizations across the city who annually rely on this support. This includes both large and small organizations in every ward of the city. An organization's ability to provide artists with a living wage may be dramatically impacted with a significant reduction or loss of this important support. While there have been some inconsistencies in funding over the years, the challenges our community is currently facing are dire and make these funds more and more critical to our community's survival. Second, in light of the significant challenges facing our sector, we encourage the Commission to center its budget on supporting organizations and artists with an ongoing commitment to serving the DC community. We believe the Commission's core priorities should remain distributing grant funds, doing so reliably and efficiently, and adhering to the widely accepted grant-making standards rather than shifting focus to events or newly created programs. The Commission has been public in their prioritization of the creation of a separate private foundation, largely to support the expansion either of Art Week DC or a version of Art Basel in DC. We believe this course of action is a dereliction of the agency's primary mission to support the city's arts and humanities community through grant making. In this moment of change, a narrowing of both public and private funding resources could lead to several complications for the city's arts community. First, it may divert staff focus away from efficiently administering existing grant programs. Second, the creation of a separate foundation would inevitably compete with every nonprofit in the city for limited funding opportunities, further straining an already highly competitive funding landscape that is essential to the survival of our arts community. While the arts in DC are growing in many areas, the sector as a whole is facing immense challenges, with even greater hurdles expected in the coming years. And as we plan for future fiscal budgets, we hope that the Commission will continue to support organizations, both large and small, as well as individual artists who remain committed to this work. We also urge the DC Council to sustain and deepen its investment in the arts and humanities community for years to come. Thank you for your ongoing support and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tatro. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Carrier?
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities to Ward 5 of Washington, DC, surrounding neighborhoods and counties and national scholarly educational research communities. My name is Dr. Danielle Carrier. I am testifying as a former grantee on behalf of Humanities DC and the DC Oral History Collaborative. Recent emphasis was placed on growing the DC Oral History Collaborative, which is a unique partnership between Humanities DC and the DC Public Library. Specifically, the DC Oral History Collaborative helps DC residents document, preserve, and celebrate their stories through oral history. I'm currently an assistant professor of curriculum and instruction at the University of Southern Mississippi. I was a former teacher with the District of Columbia Public Schools from 2005 to 2010. I was awarded a grant from Humanities DC in 2023 in collaboration with Ms. Olufemi Jones, a social worker with DCPS. Ms. Jones and I worked together 20 years ago. We experienced the closure of the John F. Cook Elementary School in Ward 5 in 2008. Ms. Jones and I stayed in touch and were both interested in how former John F. Cook School students, parents, and staff were impacted by the school's closure. Humanities DC and the DC Oral History Collaborative provided us with an opportunity to explore our research questions through oral history. Our project, titled the John F. Cook School Oral History Project, inspired healing and community building dialogue for former school community members and residents whose voices were previously ignored. Through oral history, we deepened our relationship to DC and to each other. As an early career scholar, advocate of public education, and longstanding ally of the John F. Cook Elementary School community, the grant I received in 2023 brought important resources to the community and to my own scholarly work. The DC Oral History Collaborative grantee training was invaluable to my skills as an interviewer. I have presented at numerous conferences, sharing the voices of the project's oral history narrators in presentations such as in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Chicago, and Denver over the past 2 years. And I'm also in progress of writing articles and eventually a book manuscript about the DC public school closures of 2008. I could not have gained this momentum for my beginning work without the support from Humanities DC and the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Our project narrators shared stories that spoke of strong connections within the Truxton Circle Shaw community, family-oriented experiences at the school, feelings of belongingness in a diverse community, and an authenticity around the school community that transcended but ultimately succumbed to DC school politics in the mid-2000s. As our project shares, this moment is not unlike the story of the John F. Cook Elementary School closure. There are lessons that the DC communities have experienced central to building strong relationships, civic engagement, and participation in our democracy in challenging times. We must continue to document these stories, especially in this moment. Thank you so much for your attention and for your support of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities.
Thank you, Ms. Carrier. Tanya Butler Truesdale.
My name is Reverend.
Microphone.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Tanya Butler Truesdale. I currently serve as the interim president of DC Legendary Musicians, currently in preparation to celebrate its 20th anniversary. I am the daughter of the founder, Reverend Sandra Butler Truesdale, who was a fourth-generation native Washingtonian of the District of Columbia and former DC elected official, who is now transitioned to the Council of the Wise and Well Ancestors. It is with both gratitude and remorse of a mourning daughter that I come to you today to testify regarding the outstanding value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and the contributions it makes to the lives of both ordinary and extraordinary citizens of the District of Columbia. DCLM appreciates that the FY26 budget is absent any cuts in FTEs, and we recognize the gentle burden of a $2.5 million non-personnel related decrease, but we must still question the wisdom of the 5.1% decrease in the operating budget, even in the current political climate and fiscal reality, since the G20 Insights conservatively estimates that by 2030, the creative economy could account for 10% of the global GDP. As an international capital city, we must boldly prepare to harvest from the growth of the creative economy sector today, not tomorrow. We are a brave city. It is both brave and wise to negotiate with the executive branch to address the root cause of many of our health, safety, and housing priorities with more expansive arts components. The arts and humanities should be a component of every agency outreach budget. I wanted to take a moment to further applaud the excellence of Terrell Johnson, Aaron Myers, and Commissioner Reggie Van Lee, who held my hand during some of the darkest moments of the transition from my mother's leadership to my leadership. But further, I wanted to more importantly state that the District of Columbia is ideally positioned to build upon our past investments in the arts and humanities, which serve as a driving force behind the creative sector. Let us maintain the momentum by increasing our support, not diminishing it. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I ask that the council affirm the value of CAH by re-envisioning the mayor's future budget projections to facilitate even more arts and humanities innovative programming. DCLM looks forward to a unified budget that is consistent with the global GDP, since we are and will always remain an international capital city, wise enough to harness the predictive value of the international economic data. Yours in service, Tanya Butler Truesdale.
Thank you, Ms. Butler Truesdale. Marjorie Goldberg?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, the
Okay,
floor
great.
is yours.
Hi, Phil, and the rest of the council and the DC Arts Commission and all who's listening. I'm Marjorie Goldberg. I am a wood sculptor and furniture designer, wearing one of my pieces. I own the Zenith Art Gallery for the last 47 years, and I founded the Zenith Community Arts Foundation 25 years ago. I was a DC Arts Commissioner for 2 terms and the treasurer for 2 terms. So I'm quite well aware of what the commission does, and was even involved in some groups before the Arts Commission was formed. That said, I think that this is one of the best commissions that we've had. Both the chairman and the executive director and vice chairman and everybody there, they have engaged the community in a way in which no other commission has ever engaged the community. They bring us all together, a couple of times a year, so all the art groups can meet each other and bring in the speakers, and I really think that is fabulous. I think for the amount of money that the commission gets, it really uses their money well. They account for it. We have reports, and they give great training for each grant cycle. And I agree with everybody else that we do not get federal funding. So that is not impacting us. Not that we wouldn't want it, but we get a lot of private funding because we have some pretty unusual programs like our mobile wood shop, and we've gotten a lot of actually funding from Events DC. A couple of things that I would encourage. I would encourage term limits on the commissioners. I think they should have 2 terms and no more. And I also think that for the art bank, they should let art galleries, not just art nonprofits and individual artists, submit work. They used to up until about 3 years ago, and then they stopped doing that. And I want to mention the fact that I want to do a huge final project in life. I want to build a senior artist community. I want 4 to 6 acres on either RFK side or Poplar Point or one of those. And I want a place where artists can live together, work together, perform. I think there could be a DC museum, there could be theaters. Artists don't retire. I mean, doctors and lawyers become artists when they retire. So artists love being together. I had a 50,000 square foot art center for 9 years at 15th and Rhode Island, and it was the best time of our lives. And artists keep working. Their equipment can stay once they pass. They can buy their own units. There'll be studios and show places. So I think it's extremely important. And I will need some funding for that. I mean, lots of funding, and we're going to work with the city and Nina Alpert on that project. But I just wanted to share that with you, and also again commend the Arts Commission for by and large doing a great job and really embracing the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Loretta Thompson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and committee and staff. My name is Loretta Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Youth Orchestra Program, or DCYOP. DCYOP is celebrating 65 years of service, starting where we started out in DC Public Schools. And we want to make sure that we are able to continue providing access to music education for another 65 years or more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just want to talk a little bit about DCYLP. Our mission is to empower young people to transform their lives through music and community. We make music education accessible to anyone who wants to learn how to play an instrument. DCYLP's core programming is on Saturday, and we reach over 600 students who participate in beginner classes in various instruments and non-ensembles from beginner to advanced. In addition, our DCYO Prelude program meets after school in 4 DC public schools. And in total, we serve over 700 students ages 4.5 to 18 with more than 5,000 alums across the world. DCYOP relies on funding from the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities to meet its mission and strengthen our program every year. I'm just wanting to talk about like 2 requests. I do recognize that one of my talking points is about the sales tax, and I understand that there was not a reduction in sales tax, but I want to make sure that I just talk a little bit about how important that sales tax is. It was dedicated to, significantly increase funding for the commission, and right now that funding is even more important than years prior. The other point I was going to make was around NEA funding. DCYLP was another organization that had funding canceled, and we are not able to include that funding in our fiscal year budgeting season for next year. And that causes us to seek out additional funding to cover programs in our after school students, which is free for students to participate. He played a crucial role in expanding access to the arts for all Americans, awarding grants in every congressional district and state, and also generates substantial economic activity and supports the arts and cultural industries. So what I'm asking is, if DCCH can make up the difference of NEA cuts to funding with any additional funds that remain after initial awards are granted, to reduce the gap in funding for many of our arts organizations. DCYP has received funding from DCCH over the last several years, therefore supporting our ability to meet our mission each year. We have received the AHEP grant, which provided special opportunities to expose our students to learn from professional musicians in their field. The Capital Projects Grant was awarded and supported to purchase much needed equipment for our staff. And the General Operating Support Grant is really important as it helps to pay our teaching artists, our over 40 teaching artists, for our 600 students that we serve every Saturday. And the last thing I just want to mention is just providing funding to DCYP allows us to continue providing access to music education to youth in DC. Many schools in DC do not offer instrumental music, and the cost of participating in these programs can be very daunting for some of our families. The skills youth learn are transformative and translate into skills needed for the school day. Skills such as
Ms.
leadership.
Thompson, I'm going to cut you off because you're over your time. I
That's
do have
fine.
your statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Amy Sedman with Story District.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for allowing us to have this time to share our thoughts. So thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. I will try to keep this short. I feel like other folks have really made very strong and passionate pleas for the same thing. So I'll just add a few thoughts. My name is Amy Sedman. I'm testifying as the founding director of Story District, a nonprofit arts organization that builds community and nurtures local talent by teaching and showcasing the art of storytelling. We've been operating for more than 25 years. In those years, we've built community, developed local talent, and brought to life thousands of true stories by DC residents with thousands of hours of free coaching and live productions. The Commission on the Arts and Humanity has played an absolutely vital role, sometimes make or break, in Story District's 25-year history. GOS in particular has been one of the most valuable developments over the years, as it's offered us the flexibility of general operating funds and allowed us to invest in longer term initiatives that fuel our sustainability. So I do hope to see that protected. Humanities DC has also provided financial support to us for several projects, including a project currently in progress that will showcase the stories of DC's Black journalists. They've also supported other capacity building grants, and in the past, a signature storytelling 101 course that was accessible to deaf students. We do understand that this is a challenging budget year and you're facing many difficult decisions, and I'm testifying today to strongly urge the council to continue supporting the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities, specifically by restoring the budget to FY24 levels at $51 million and allowing them to keep their non-lapsing fund balance. The arts and humanities programs are not just a luxury. They are critical, truly critical to a thriving city and society. And on behalf of Story District, I thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of DCCAH and their contributions to Humanities DC. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have your statement. Lamantria Cruz, I think, is not here. Rhonda Henderson.
Thank you. I'm going to deviate a little bit from the written statement that you have in front of you. And also, as a graduate of the DC Youth Orchestra, I fully support the continued financing of that incredible program. My name is Rhonda Henderson, a resident of Ward 6, a humanist and a co-creator of the DAP Project, an arts and storytelling nonprofit here in the district. So it's the evening of February 27, 2025, and I'm sitting on stage before a packed auditorium of people. We've just toured the Go-Go Museum, and now we're sitting with drinks, plates of food, contributing to the creative economy and anticipation. Now, the lights are bright on us, but that's not why I'm sweating. This panel discussion is the February Culture Series that we were asked to curate by Humanities DC. It's the culminating event of months of research, listening, recording, and editing oral history, all to hear the firsthand stories from go-go musicians and fans about the complex relationship between go-go music culture and 1990s DC. If you were there, you know what I mean. If you weren't there, our oral history will tell you. Over the evening, we laughed a lot because Los from Backyard Band is hilarious. We reflected and honored the people who are no longer among us. We came to understand the politics and history of our city and imagined what the creative culture can look like in years to come. And at the end of the evening, an artist and generational Washingtonian approached the stage and she said to me, "We needed this." The evening I'm describing was only made possible by Humanities DC, the Oral History Collaborative, and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. We understand, we overstand that this is a challenging budget year and you're facing many difficult decisions. I'm testifying today to ask you to consider that DC Arts and Humanities programs are not a luxury. They are a vital part of our community's identity, especially in this complex moment, and especially after 2 decades of gentrification and erasure. I ask you to sustain and strengthen the funding for the Commission in FY26 on behalf of the DAP Project, on behalf of everyone who has contributed to our work, and on behalf of everyone who has seen themselves reflected in our work. I thank you for this opportunity to testify today and in support of DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities.
Thank you. Kim Bender with the Hyrick House Museum.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify in support of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, but also for Humanities DC. My name is Kimberly Bender, and I am the CEO of the Hyrick House Museum, where we strive to be a new model for house museums through our dual humanities and art service mission. This means that we offer traditional museum activities like tours, exhibits, and public programs, but we also operate an accelerator for our modern local small-scale manufacturers, which include craftspeople and artisans. In my experience supporting small arts-based businesses at the Hyrick House, it's clear that the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and Humanities DC, both organizations, are themselves accelerators. Sometimes accelerators of businesses, because artists and humanities practitioners are literally businesses, but also always accelerators of culture. Both have been key partners in helping the Hyrick House become the organization that we are today. Our nonprofit started from scratch in 2003 after the Historical Society of Washington, D.C. left the Hyrick Mansion. Both the Commission and Humanities DC provided us early support with capacity building grants that sped our growth. Realistically, through both this funding, but more importantly, their expertise and guidance, I can credit those capacity building grants for allowing us to realize a 35% permanent increase in our annual revenue. The grants issued by these two organizations underwrite valuable cultural production. This year's commission operating grant supported an art installation and programming at the Hyrick House by artist Zena Nee called Good Fortunes, which explored Asian American identity, a Christmas market featuring over 45 local craftspeople, and multiple history tours per week led by early museum professionals trained by our curator, among many other programs. The oral history grant we received from Humanities DC allowed us to purchase equipment and train staff, without which we could not have completed a project to uncover the identities of 135 people, mostly immigrants and Black DC residents, who worked at the Hyrick Mansion over a period of 80 years and then tell their stories. Capital grants by the Commission help us protect the historic building, without which none of these activities can happen. This year, it will fund the replacement of the roof of our conservatory, which currently leaks into the room below. Just as both the Commission and Humanities DC understand that our work would not be possible without supporting the underlying operations of arts and cultural organizations, we should keep it top of mind that both of these organizations need operating funds to undertake their important functions. All budget season, I've been repeating the same phrase, that a budget is a statement of values. In a year of tough budget decisions, but one in which we are willing to support a stadium with $500 million, I urge the DC Council to remember what values we want to reflect and to ensure our arts and humanities organizations have the funding they need to continue to support themselves and the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender, and I have your statement. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Ms. Butler-Truesdale, you ended your testimony by saying that you asked that the council re-envision the mayor's future budget projections. What do you mean?
Yes, my sophomore understanding of the budgetary process is that at some point you have the capacity to present a unified budget together, and I'm hoping that through whatever legislative means you have available to you, that if there are any deficits that were created between the budget cycles, between the previous fiscal year and this fiscal year, that you will put it back in the budget. We need all of the funds that can be available for programming through the Commission on the Arts. And also in my testimony, I took a lot out that would have been more suitable for a performance hearing. But I'm also arguing that there should be more integration between other District of Columbia agencies in the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, especially in the communications budgets of the various agencies of the District of Columbia. Arts and humanities can play a great and vital role in many of the administrative functions of various DC government agencies.
Well, let me explain. The mayor submits a balanced budget, and any changes that we make means that we have to cut somewhere in order to add somewhere.
Yes.
We don't have the ability to re-envision revenues.
Well, I am asking you to cut other places. I am suggesting that there should be cuts made to other program areas, but not to arts and humanities. I understand that there's a limited number of dollars. I'm not asking you to invent money. What I am saying is that it is unwise, given the GDP, that it is unwise to make cuts in arts and humanities.
Okay, and I don't disagree with you on that. We tied the sales tax, or we tied the funding of the commission to the sales tax.
Yes.
Which has the advantages of being a dedicated revenue.
Mhm.
So it's not just up to what the mayor wants to propose or the council wants to adopt. And when we did that, we significantly increased funding for the commission from roughly 20 million to roughly 40 million. That's a significant increase on a per capita basis. No other state comes close to us, but it is a volatile funding source. Volatile may be overstating it, but sales tax can go up, it can go down. It has been going up. The difference between the proposed budget for next year and the budget that was approved for this year was some funding that was not spent in 2024 that we were able to push forward to 2025. I don't believe we have the ability to do that again. The spending in FY24 was $42 million, and the proposed budget for next year is 45.7 million. So there is some growth there. The question is how to divide the pie.
Yes.
And that has been a source of some disagreement here. Mr. Tetro, since you've been active with other theaters downtown, are you seeing stable funding? And second question, are you seeing adequate funding?
In general or from the commission?
From both.
In general, I think we're all facing incredible hardships on the fundraising side this year, specifically since January. I think the reduction in the workforce in the region has hurt all of us, both in ticket sales and in fundraising. On the commission funding, I think as most of the folks have testified, the critical importance of GOS funding and those grants are vital. And I think just, the rest of are looking at sort of large capital grant funds, the facilities grants, and how we can access those.
Now, I asked you about theaters, but you've also worked with some of the museums downtown.
Yes.
Is their picture better?
I haven't really heard from anyone who's sort of painting a rosy picture right now. I think there's just with the loss of federal funding, and folks have talked at the table about the NEA, but a lot of arts organizations get money from the Department of Education. Those dollars are gone. If anyone got grants from the National Park Service, those grant funds are gone. So there's just a great uncertainty with any sort of federal dollars that anyone, even dollars that were committed, as we all have learned from the National Endowment for the Arts. You have an award letter, and then suddenly they said, oh yeah, we've dismissed that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony. Reginald Douglas, who's Artistic Director with Mosaic Theater. Mark Beckford. Robin Hamilton. Malkia Lydia. Eric Richardson, who's with Washington Performing Arts. Benjamin Jaffe. Brian Schwartz. You're Mr. Jaffe? Okay. Frank Finnemore. Mark Eisenberg. I will go over the names again, even though I think some of the folks may not be here. Reginald Douglas, who's Artistic Director at Mosaic Theater. I believe is not here. Mark Beckford. I believe is not here. Robin Hamilton. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Robin Hamilton, and I am an independent filmmaker and journalist, and I just wanted to come here and reiterate a lot of the statements that have been made in support of supporting the DC Commission of the Arts and Humanities and Humanities DC. I'll be brief and just basically summarize the statements that I provided in writing. In short, I started off in traditional media as a journalist, and I was often finding stories that were not being told. And so I decided to branch out on my own, create my own production company. And I've been fortunate enough to have it for 13 years. And doing so was not an easy road, but I have been fortunate to have 4 films that have been made, and a number of them have been supported because of the Commission of the Arts and Humanities DC. I'll just tell you briefly about 2 of them. My first film is called Dignity and Defiance, a portrait of Mary Church Terrell. She was an early suffragist and civil rights activist in Washington, DC. In the 1950s, she was a pivotal force in desegregating lunch counters throughout the district. She had used her house in LaJoy Park as a place of thought and leadership and activism, and it had gone by the wayside. Well, today, my film is now a library resource and is used to restore efforts to restore her abandoned home. And again, this film was because of the support of the Humanities DC. My other film, Odessa's Reign, is about a gay, flamboyant numbers runner who became a millionaire, a feat unheard of for African-American women during the 1950s. And she was a lucrative numbers runner. And she made a way when there was no way. Many say she was the Robin Hood of the city. She took from the rich to give to the poor. But in many respects, she's also a cautionary tale about what happens when you don't have opportunities, when you leave talent behind. Both of these stories, I think, really reflect the tapestry of Washington, D.C. They are part of our history, of who we are, all of our collective history. And it goes without saying that this is a time that we have seen our history being erased, and it's frightening. And history informs us not only of where we've been, but of who we can be, lessons learned, and how we can be better. So I just want to say I am so grateful for the support of Humanities DC and the Commission of the Arts and Humanities. My work, in many respects, could not have been done without their support. And so I just ask that you continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Malkia Lydia, I think is not here. Eric Richardson, Washington Performing Arts, I think is not here. Benjamin Jaffe.
Thank you to the council and everybody for the opportunity to testify today in support of the Commission on Arts and Humanities funding, especially Humanities DC. My name is Ben Jaffe. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and I've lived nearly my entire life in the DMV. I'm speaking on behalf of CAMA DC, a volunteer-run nonprofit that provides a platform for immigrants and refugees living in the DMV to share their skills and stories, and an organization whose work has become more effective and all-inclusive due to funding from Humanities DC. It's now more important than ever that the council fully supports the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities to ensure that their essential funding continues. About a month ago, the Washington Post George Mason poll showed that 45% of the people who are facing federal government layoffs were considering leaving the DC area. Sure, I don't need to explain the economic devastation that this has been to DC due to the federal government decisions, as well as the pain and uncertainty that have hit so many, with the threat of long-term damage to services, public goods, and community viability if even a quarter of those people truly leave the region. When people are uncertain and in pain, they turn to their communities for support. This all means friends, family, community groups, and more. It's true what they say, it takes a village. But what happens when the village is under siege, with so many having livelihoods threatened and often their identities belittled? The support becomes hard to come by. Humanities DC, Arts and Humanities funding, this ensures that community support is still there for the people in a targeted and community-led way. It's easy to believe that arts and humanities are superfluous, but in truth, they are a necessity to make life worth living, to make a thriving community, and to make people feel supported. And that's not just a platitude, by the way. There's literal research conducted by universities such as Cornell, Cambridge, and others that speak to the power of cultural investment and how it leads to community growth. I've worked with Humanities DC for years now, partnered independently with many of the folks here today. Their work spans all 8 wards, ensuring DC heritage is preserved, supporting businesses and festivals, bringing new ideas and innovations to life, protecting vulnerable communities, and much more. I can tell you, as someone who has professionally supported and wrote and managed more than 100 grants, the funding climate is really bleak, with organizations scrambling to survive. Damage has been done, but funding supporting these organizations, often the most civically active folks, may stop the damage from being permanent. From my personal experience, having worked over 50 events highlighting refugees and immigrants across the DMV who are now more threatened than ever, I continually see something amazing: joy. Joy in people discovering that they are not alone. Joy in finding a community who understands them. Joy in learning about a community and the world around them. Joy in a time where tanks roll down our streets and in a city where 1 in 7 are immigrants. I encourage you to remember a time when you were alone, didn't feel understood, or felt lost, but through community found the way out of the woods. This is what these programs support by funds from Humanities DC do, and this is a difference and truly ensure that our DC thrives. So again, I ask the council, remember that the commission and Humanities funds are more important than ever. Remember what it supports and don't damage the village. Be the light that keeps the village safe and sound. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Jaffe. Brian Schwartz.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Brian Schwartz, and I'm here to urge you to preserve funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, and by extension, Humanities DC, an organization that plays an essential role in capturing and elevating the stories that define our city. In 2020, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, I served on the board of the Rainbow History Project, a small nonprofit organization dedicated to documenting the history and culture of the LGBTQ plus community in the DC area. Like so many grassroots organizations and community archives in particular, we had the passion and the archival material generously housed at the DC History Center, I might add, but we were often short on financial resources. With a $5,000 community grant from Humanities DC, we were able to digitize the Cheryl Spector collection, a trove of videotapes chronicling decades of LGBTQ plus life and activism in the district. Without that support, those tapes would have deteriorated beyond use. But thanks to Humanities DC, they are preserved and accessible to researchers, community members, and future generations who deserve to see themselves reflected in DC's historical record. That's just one tiny example of what's at stake. We often talk about the importance of representation, but Humanities DC really makes that real by supporting oral history programs and other cultural preservation efforts. These aren't luxuries, as so many other witnesses have noted, but they're really the building blocks of civic identity, historical memory, and pride. I would urge you to protect the Commission, Humanities DC, and by extension, the community organizations that depend on the funding that both institutions provide. Because when we preserve the past, we really empower and inspire the present, and we build a stronger and a more inclusive future for the district. Thank you. I'll yield the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Frank Finnemore.
Thank you. My name is Frank Finnemore. I'm a 4th generation Washingtonian and a proud resident of Woodley Park in Ward 3. I'm testifying today as Executive Director of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village. The Village is a nonprofit community-based organization that supports older adults, also known as seniors, so that they can remain engaged in living in our communities. We provide educational, wellness, and social programs aimed specifically at older adults and provide assistance such as transportation, grocery and prescription deliveries, and tech support so those that need it to remain living independently in their own residence get it. Villages also fight ageism and work to ensure that DC is an age-friendly city. There are 300 villages across the country. DC has the largest concentration of villages with 13, and so we're really proud of that. My village, Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, started in 2012, and we serve 250 members, and we reach over 1,100 community members in our events throughout the year. And 3 years ago, we were fortunate to receive a grant from Humanities DC to obtain oral histories of some of our older residents. We heard from someone that moved here with the Kennedy administration in 1960, another who worked with Mayor Marion Barry when he was first a council member to establish group homes in Northeast DC, and another who worked with Janet Reno to establish the ADA in 1990. These are important histories to capture and stories to understand, and we could have only done this with the funding from Humanities DC. After this initial project, we applied for and happily received a second grant to create a public exhibit related to the oral histories that I previously outlined. Again, with funding from Humanities DC, we created 2 exhibits entitled We Are Your Neighbors, which introduce our older residents to the greater community through dramatic presentations. One at the Murray School on their fence line, and the other at the Cleveland Park Neighborhood Library, and those are still up. Through the library's windows and on both the first and second floor, we've depicted giant portraits of our 8 seniors and incredible poignant quotes from their oral histories. And inside the library, we also have a QR code where folks can hear more about their stories using the narrator's own words. As a DC resident and executive director of the Village, I strongly urge the council to support the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities. As promised, federal funding has been canceled for these vital agencies like CAH and Humanities DC. It's more important than ever that the council fully fund the Commission on the Arts and Humanities to ensure that this work continues. The funding that's provided to Humanities DC for grants and services to community base is indispensable. And I'll leave the rest for my written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Finnemore. Mark Eisenberg.
It's like the 15th time I've done this. You think I'd know to hit the button. Hi, I'm Mark Eisenberg. I live in Ward 5. I'm executive director of the Washington Bach Consort. We're finishing our 47th season. I'm here today out of concern for the budget of the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities. These concerns are magnified by the ongoing threat of cuts to federal funding for the arts and humanities. It's essential that DC continues to support funding for the Commission. I want to talk about just one of the consort's education programs as an example of where Commission funds go. The mission of the consort's award-winning Bach to School program is to make classical music more accessible to DC public school students through an engaging, instructive program that combines live musical performance with multimedia stage production. The performances are supplemented with classroom materials available for teachers' use before and after the performance, as well as a comic book. We send our performers, who are highly trained music educators, into classrooms to engage with students and give them the opportunity to engage one-on-one with a professional musician. Every teacher provides us with surveys to help us continually mold our offerings to what they feel best serves their students. Every ward is equally represented. Over the last decade, this program has grown from serving 170 students at the first semester to about 2,000 per year. We've seen firsthand that arts programming such as Bach to School work in tandem with curricular guidelines to positively impact student learning. Last year was the first time we've ever had to turn away a school. The consort simply can't afford to pay the drastically increased prices for buses and other expenses. Arts organizations across the city are struggling, as you're hearing today. The industry as a whole has not yet recovered from the pandemic, and we need these vital city funds to ensure the DC arts community does not falter. Our future success relies on consistent funding from year to year, particularly through general operating support grants. Significant fluctuations in budget and grant size from year to year make it increasingly challenging for organizations to thrive and grow. I started doing this work as an arts administrator in DC in 1991. I'm passionate about this work. It's incredibly important to me. I've observed that arts are at the center of a ripple effect of good things in our town, from improving neighborhoods to helping educate our children. And there's countless studies that that confirm this ripple effect. The arts are a significant economic driver across sectors and across the city. It's important that the council prioritize our industry's well-being, as it's a critical component of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Thank you. Oh, no, there's one other, a couple of people have just joined. Malkia Lydia. Malkia Lydia. I'm going to move on. Eric.
No. Hello.
Please go for it.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I've been here since 9:30. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to talk to you. So greetings, Chairman and council members. I apologize, everyone. My name is Malkia Lydia. I too am a documentary filmmaker and an archivist. Excuse me, I currently reside in Brightwood, but it was imperative for me to speak today, not just because of my job, but I'm a third generation Washingtonian, a working class family. I got two generations behind me. And even though we work as community organizers, educators, and service industry professionals, we've always been involved in the creative life of the city as artists, musicians, dancers, scribes. In the 80s, I remember when there was just a range of youth arts programs. There were free performances everywhere. And certainly that's what helped my generation make it through tough times. So I'm excited today to say that I'm a professional. I'm in just this May, Humanities DC, which is funded through the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, awarded a grant to my first feature-length documentary, Reunion Choir. This story centers around, it's a very DC story, a DC music teacher, Joyce Garrett, long celebrated for changing her students' lives, as she tracks down former proteges from the Eastern High School Choir to sing together once more. We filmed their journey to an amazing reunion concert. I'm talking about 300 alumni on stage, 2,000 people in the audience. And we also show how they became world famous in the late 80s, around the same time that I was graduating from high school, DC public schools. But most importantly, we show how they forged a choir to college pipeline for their working class community. We have partnered organizations around the city lining up to show the film when it's complete. It'll be broadcast, it'll be used by educators, and it really goes to show how hungry local residents are for our local culture and history preserved and interpreted by local voices. And in my opinion, that is what Humanities DC does best. It preserves those efforts and those pathways for local stories to be preserved and interpreted by local voices. And so, I'm here to, again, advocate for Humanities DC's continuance, its full support through funding through the commission's budget. And I'll close by just saying, I know that our city is under attack, local governments, our jobs, and I would say our very identity and history as a very welcoming and richly diverse community, that all that is under attack. And when I look back on how we weathered this time, I want to be able to say that my elected leaders stood firm, that you enacted people-centered, forward-thinking policies and funding allocations that support the arts and humanities. And I would also say and support fairness for all, including laborers in our restaurants and our service industries and residents in need of sanctuary. So I thank you for hearing my testimony and allowing my technical glitch there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lydia. We do not have your statement. If you would submit that, please.
I will do that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. And Eric Richardson.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the vital role of the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities. My name is Eric Richardson, and I'm the supervising producer at Washington Performing Arts. Since 1966, Washington Performing Arts has presented both renowned and emerging artists in venues all across the district. From neighborhood parks to major concert halls, guided by the founding principle of our founder, Patrick Hayes, that everybody in, nobody out. This ethos continues to shape our work as we serve a broad and very diverse DC community through the transformative power of the arts. We're deeply committed to reaching residents in all 8 wards and have expanded our footprint across the city. Partners are central to our approach to do this, whether we're collaborating with business improvement districts through our Mars Arts DC initiative, or working with schools to create a go-go super band of students and professional artists who perform at Care First Arena. These efforts not only showcase local talent, but also build meaningful connections across generations and communities. The Commission's consistent support has been critical, especially now as our sector navigates financial strain, job loss, and cuts to DCPS-related education programs. Continued local support ensures that we sustain essential programs such as our Capital Arts Partnership, our Embassy Adoption Program, and Mars Arts DC, all of which are offered free of charge to the participants. While we recognize the challenges you face in this budget cycle, we urge you to see that the arts and humanities as something that is not an extra, but something that is essential to the fabric of our city. These grants and services provided by DC CAH reach youth, community-based organizations, and independent creatives in every ward. This support uplifts, educates, and unites our city. On the behalf of Washington Performing Arts, thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued investment in a vibrant, inclusive, and resilient DC through the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And I don't have a copy of your statement either. If you would provide that, please.
Will do.
Thank you. What is your fundraising looking like, Mr. Richardson?
Much like all of our colleagues and what has been shared here today, there are some challenges, and a lot of those challenges started, in January. We were fortunate on many fronts to be on the front end of some things, and by way of our programming, we were able to, sustain a number of things, but there are many challenges.
So were you getting funding from the National Endowment?
We have received some funding. We had one project that we actually submitted in, the reimbursement for, and we actually received that. Unfortunately, unlike many of our other colleagues, they did not get their money, but because of the timing of the program and the submission of the funding request, we were able to get that.
But going forward, does it look certain or uncertain?
Very, very uncertain.
And funding from the Commission on Arts and Humanities, like general operating support, my recollection is you've seen a slight increase. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
But it was not a lot. It was.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was not significant. I would, as I recall, I think it was somewhere in the 4 to maybe 7%.
Okay. I just have one other question for Ms. Hamilton. Thank you. Odessa Madre, why is she a cautionary tale?
Well, people have asked me when I've done the film, they say, well, you're glamorizing crime. And I beg to differ. Odessa Madre was a woman who was incredibly smart and incredibly talented, but she was also an African-American woman in the 1950s who did not have a lot of professional opportunities. And so she used her incredible mind. She was a great orator. She had great memory and incredible math skills to do numbers running in her head, and was very lucrative, had a very lucrative enterprise in underground economy. And so my point being is that often when you don't give talent a place to thrive, they turn to an underground economy. And her life, unfortunately, she was very wealthy, but she did end up penniless at the end of her life. And my question often when I do have the opportunity to speak about her is, who could she have been if she had been given the right opportunity? And when I talk to people about her, I say, when you see talent and they may not look like you or they may be different than you, there may be an opportunity to bring them in and they may elevate everyone to another level. But you're missing out on an opportunity when you don't give talent a place to thrive. And that was what her situation was at the time. I appreciate you asking that question.
And briefly, how did she end up penniless?
She lost all of her money. I mean, she was running an illegal lottery. The lottery became legal. And so the opportunity to have a lucrative numbers running game, it was like prohibition, basically. A lot of people went out of business. And so she didn't really have any other skills. She couldn't really work in a white collar setting. And she tried to do a few other things. And then she had a prison sentence. She was sentenced to jail. And so the stints in and out of jail impacted her ability to really get back on her feet. It all ended up catching up with her in the end.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for asking.
Thank you, all of you. Those of you who are in person, especially thank you, and those online, thank you as well. And we're going to move on. Rebecca Medrano, Executive Director of Gala Hispanic Theater. Callie Hawkins, CEO and Executive Director, President of Lincoln's Cottage. Mamie Williams, Chief Advancement Team Leader, National Museum of Women in the Arts. Kathy Kutcher, Executive Director of Shout Mouse Press. Leah Gage, Community Grants Manager at Humanities DC. Lois Nembhard, Director of Grant Making and Programs at Humanities DC. Okay. So let me back up. Ms. Medrano, good morning, afternoon.
No, there we go.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rebecca Medrano. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Grupo de Artistas Latinoamericanos, or Gala Theater. I've been around for quite some time as part of this wonderful arts community. For the past 2 fiscal years, Gala Theater has ended the year with a deficit, and many arts organizations are predicting deficits this year and next. The private fundraising we all do will not make up the difference. The challenges arts groups are facing include employees demanding higher wages for the same work, cost of materials has risen, there's a shortage of technical personnel in the field, and nationally, and that drives wages up. This, coupled with the loss of reduction of federal grants from agencies such as an NEA and others, puts further strain on our resources. We did, by the way, also lose an NEA grant. Gala is also facing an additional threat of ICE agents who are currently doing raids in our neighborhood in Columbia Heights, which threatens the immigrant families and the youth that we serve with our daily programs. Gala stands as a center of Hispanic arts and culture, attracting over 20,000 patrons a year. Since building out its permanent home at Tivoli, Gala has revitalized Columbia Heights, brought diverse sectors of the community together to share excellent art across economic, social, and cultural barriers. We're very grateful to the DC Arts Commission for its many years of support and valuable partnership. Programs like the Field Trip Experience, which, by the way, is one of the smallest grants, make it possible for us to serve over 8,000 elementary and high school students from every ward in the city. These programs introduce students to live Spanish language or bilingual theater and provide them the opportunity to share ideas in talkbacks. The CAH Facilities and Building Initiative has made it possible for us to do repairs and upgrades to our facilities. However, we know that this year the large cap grants has not yet been announced, yet the smaller ones have, which makes it kind of problematic because you can't apply to both. The pending deadline for the smaller caps is July 1. We also receive a general operating support from the commission, which makes it possible for us to produce high quality theater and musicals, attracting local, national, international audiences and enriching the cultural fabric of the city. However, Gala's GOS grant dropped from $241,565 in FY22, and I have to clarify, that included the enhancement grants, which were available at that time, to $167,922 in 2025. We are very concerned that our general operating grants from CAH may continue to be further reduced as funds are diverted into other priorities. Given this challenge, we believe that the ongoing or sustained support of funding to the Arts Commission is critical for this city. We would also like the Commission to prioritize grants for existing organizations and artists through their annual budget. These grant funds are critical to the survival of arts in this city. Finally, the focus of the Commission should be to prioritize distributing grant funds, doing it efficiently, and doing it within the established confines of the grant. Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize Reginald Van Lee, Executive Director, and Aaron Myers and Deputy Director David Markey, and the staff for all of their efforts on behalf of our entire arts community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Medrano. Callie Hawkins.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and all members of the Committee of the Whole for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Callie Hawkins, and I'm the CEO and Executive Director of President Lincoln's Cottage at the Soldiers' Home, an historic site and museum located on the grounds of the Armed Forces Retirement Home in Ward 5. I would like to thank the members of the council, district government as a whole, and the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities for their longstanding support of the arts and humanities in our city. Over the years, President Lincoln's Cottage has benefited greatly from this support, as well as support from Humanities DC, and I know that many other organizations and artists have as well. President Lincoln's Cottage is a small museum in a city that is filled with large and prestigious cultural institutions, but it's a very special and very important place. Abraham Lincoln and his family lived at the cottage for a quarter of his presidency. Most notably, Lincoln conceived the Emancipation Proclamation in an upstairs bedroom during his first summer in residence. Today, the cottage plays an important role in the rich cultural and historical part of our city, offering a variety of activities, including tours of the cottage, speaker forums, musical and comedy performances, community events, art exhibits, school programming, and more. President Lincoln's Cottage is an independent 501c3 nonprofit and does not receive operating support from any agency of the federal government. Our programs and the preservation of this special place are funded by earned income, charitable donations, and most relevant to my presence today, support through the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. I'd like to encourage the council to continue making strong investment in the arts and culture sector, including maintaining the commission's funding to its fiscal year 2024 level of just under $51 million and maintain its dedicated fund as non-lapsing fund. The latest data from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis shows that the arts and culture industry contributes $15 billion to DC's economy and employs more than 50,000 workers. With drastic decreases in federal support for arts and culture expected, local organizations need support from the city more than ever in order to sustain this economic impact. This is especially true as we approach the 250th anniversary of the signing of Declaration of Independence in 2026, a milestone that can be leveraged to drive economic activity in the city. If appropriately resourced, the city's arts and humanities sector can be vital contributions to both the city's comeback plan and Destination DC's There's Only One DC travel campaign, among other initiatives. For our part, the cottage has been voted Best Museum Off the Mall 6 times and brings local and national tourism dollars to Petworth with over $30,000 or 30,000 visitors annually. I'll conclude by once again thanking the members of the committee for supporting arts and humanities. Without the funding President Lincoln's Cottage receives through CAH, our small organization would not be able to offer the depth and breadth of economic or social impact that we do. I encourage the council to continue its longstanding support of the arts by fully funding the Commission for Arts and Humanities and maintaining its dedicated tax fund as a non-lapsing fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Mamie Williams.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. My name is Mamie Jackson Williams, and I'm the Chief External Relations Officer at the National Museum of Women in the Arts, or we're also known as NMWA. As many of you know, NMWA is the first museum in the world solely dedicated to championing women through the arts. Located in the heart of downtown DC at 1250 New York Avenue since 1987. NMWA's collections, exhibitions, and programming inspire dynamic exchanges about art and ideas. NMWA advocates for better representation of women artists and serves as a vital center for thought leadership, community engagement, and social change. The museum is the most comprehensive and significant single repository of art by women, with over 6,000 works from the 16th century through the present day. Since its inception, the museum has presented more than 300 exhibitions featuring works from artists around the country and throughout the world, along with engaging visitors from across DC and the broader DMV, as well as many national and international visitors. The museum is also deeply committed to working closely with DCPS and DCPCS students and teachers, hosting field trips, teacher trainings, and in-school outreach. Like so many other arts organizations in DC, NIMWA plays an important role in all aspects of the city's vibrant artistic life. NIMWA is extremely grateful to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities for their ongoing support. We are especially thankful for the generous grants for general operations that we've received from the Commission for almost 10 years now that have served as the important base for all of our activities. We also appreciate the Mayor's commitment to the revitalization and ongoing investment in DC's downtown, as well as the city's recognition of the significance of art and cultural destinations in creating a robust and thriving downtown. This funding has always been important to us. However, as we, like so many other organizations in DC, now face the threat of major cuts to federal support, the city's continued backing of the Commission is especially vital. As you are undoubtedly aware, the budgets of many longstanding federal arts funding sources have already been almost completely eliminated. In FY25, NIMWA has experienced the termination of a $100,000 NEH Special Projects Grant for an upcoming exhibition on historic Dutch and Flemish art. Moving forward, we know that grants from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, NEA, as well as NEH will simply no longer be available. Given this extremely challenging environment, the DC government's continued funding of the Commission is now more important than ever. We would like to request that the Commission prioritizes grants for existing organizations and artists through their annual budget and places an emphasis on distributing grant funds, doing it efficiently, and doing it within the confines of established grant practices. The Commission's grant funds are instrumental to the survival of so many DC art organizations and artists and to our downtown specifically, and play a fundamental role in the city's continued vitality. Thank you again for your support and for providing me with the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Kathy Crutcher? Leah Gage.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee and staff for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities in Washington, DC, and especially to the community of curious and bold humanists dedicated to preserving DC's history, culture, and stories. My name is Leah Gage. I am a Ward 4 resident, parent of a soon-to-be DCPS student, and I'm testifying as the Community Grants Manager at Humanities DC. My colleague Rebecca already introduced Humanities DC, so I won't go into that, but as you know, we are DC's Humanities Council, and until recently, we were funded by the National Endowment for Humanities, and that funding is now uncertain. I get to see DC's humanists in action as a community grants manager, and this year I met with at least 160 applicants to our grants program, which, thanks to funding from the council, will grant over $1 million to support 69 grantees in all wards this year. In addition to hosting those meetings with applicants, we provided feedback on dozens of draft proposals. We led virtual and in-person workshops all across the city and to help applicants refine their ideas and move closer to becoming successful grantees. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a 37% increase in applications, reflecting our role in supporting hundreds of DC residents who are motivated to document their histories and stories. This year, we were only able to fund 23% of requests. This surge in interest highlights the growing passion among residents for creating meaningful public humanities projects. The $1 million we are able to regrant each year goes directly into the hands of DC residents and workers, enabling them to produce high-quality projects that enrich our city. We could not have accomplished any of this without our ongoing relationship with the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. They are both excellent managers of our city funding and wonderful partners in finding ways to continue to support our grantees. You have the remainder of my testimony. So in closing, I'll say we understand that this is a challenging budget year, and we ask that you consider DC's Arts and Humanities programs not just a luxury, as many others have said, but a vital part of our community's identity. We're grateful for the city's support and encourage you to continue funding this. And it's been wonderful to see so many of Humanities DC's grantees here today, also supporting the commission and Humanities DC. I love this job. I love the opportunity to work with DC's humanists. And I thank you so much for your support and your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gage. And I think you said Lois Nembard is not here?
Yes, she submitted in writing.
Okay. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. One thing I wanted to say to Ms. Medrano. You had mentioned the large cap and small cap facilities grants and that you can't apply for both. The mayor proposed, and I don't know that the council is going to change, sweeping the money from this year's large capital grants program. So applying for that this year would be, out of FY25 dollars, would be futile. So if that helps you with the decision making on the small, applying for the large would be futile.
Right. That's what thank you. That does clarify.
Yes. Now, FY26 is a different matter, but the deadline this year, I assume, is for this year.
Deadline's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have no other questions for any of you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. We're going to turn to the commission itself. The witness list has Aaron Myers, Executive Director, but I believe that Reggie Van Lee, the chair, is also here. Please have a seat. When you're ready, and whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and the staff of the Committee on the Whole. I'm Reginald Van Lee, Chairperson of the District of Columbia Commission on the Arts and Humanities, CAH. Today, I'm addressing Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2025 plan, Grow DC, and its effect on CAH operations. While creating our agency budget, fairness and stability have been our focal point. We believe that investment in organizations of all sizes drives results that positively impact the district. We recognize that this focus and belief has resulted in an increased number of grants issued to the creative community. Here, the agency used improvements, such as our post-award pilot system for general operating support GOS grants, that increased the speed at which awards reached those grantees. The piloted system increased our GOS award speed by 3.5 times and our neighborhood grants by 2.5 times. And while speed is measurable, sometimes it's more challenging to quantify stability. Our GOS grant line ensured that DC-based organizations could keep their doors open, lights on, and maintain staff. Irrespective of size, we provided stability for people working in the arts and entities who depend on our resources. The agency funds arts education and field trip grants that ensure young people get exposure to the arts. These opportunities for hands-on experiences benefit the city's youth, both academically and socio-emotionally. Our project-based grant impacted grantees and constituents in every ward of the city. The funding that we provide allows so many different groups of individuals to experience the arts and continue to make their livelihood. That is the stability we seek to provide district residents. We also co-create to deliver funding to vital programs in the schools. This year, we were able to provide support through our NEA grant to DCPS's GO-GO initiative in 15 schools. This support came in the form of instruments, classes, and rehearsals for teens in each of these schools. For the third year, we've been able to support the Arts Education Alliance's Technical Theater Workforce Development Program, ensuring the performing arts venues in the city have a homegrown pipeline of young professionals available to them. There's no shortage of opportunities which the agency seizes to benefit the youth in this city through the arts. During my tenure as chairperson, we have grown tremendously. The projects, events, and festivals awardees have risen by 5% from FY22 to FY25. General operations support applicant volume has increased by a whopping 39% from FY22 to FY25. And arts education applications have expanded by 68% between FY22 and FY25. The focus described above, centered around stability and fairness in our grant-making processes, ensure that our programs are accessible and equitable. Equity centers in the expansion of our artistic reach across the district and DC-based artists reach beyond our borders, giving more Washingtonians a fair shot at making a creative living. Later, you will hear our executive director discuss how community involvement throughout our panel process helps ensure we receive their feedback. That community feedback is what creates meaningful district impact, not a proposed funding formula for stability and grant making, which negatively impacts both our grantees and the agency. When I was appointed chairman of CAH, it was clear that two things needed to happen. We needed to listen to the current needs and concerns of our community. And secondly, our process of getting grant awards out to the community in a fair and equitable way would need to become more efficient. I communicated that we needed to focus on addressing the 44 action items identified by the agency in its strategic plan, while working to make the agency a higher performing entity. In hiring our people relations specialists, we identified where each of those 44 action items has been addressed. We also identified how the action items are embedded in the fabric of what we do as an agency, both in grant making and in culture. We knew that once the action items were addressed, we would need to hear from the community again. We met with the community through our outreach initiatives that you'll hear about from our executive director. Now we're excited to implement what the community expressed a need for, to see the creation of a community advisory committee with a cultural forward focus. I'd like to thank the community for holding us accountable, and while we recognize the progress we've made, we always strive to do better and be better. Thanks for the advocacy of this committee. Our new hires have added to the efficiency of our grant making. We hear that the community that grants have been made more accessible. We hear from the community that grants have been made more accessible. Over 10% more applicants applied across 5 grant lines in FY25 than in the previous fiscal year. Agency support for grantees has been exceptional, with grant managers' efforts to be available. Even with weekend hours, we've removed barriers to access for organizations of all sizes. On a different note, we were all appreciably concerned by the findings of the Office of the Inspector General report. There's still work to do with respect to grants compliance. However, we were happy to see that of the 6 areas of improvement recommended in the OIG audit, 4 areas were resolved before the printing of the report. The 2 remaining areas for improvement were addressed immediately after its release. Here, I want to thank the staff and my fellow commissioners for taking our charge seriously and making efficiency a priority. Again, while we recognize the progress we've made, we always strive to be better. The reduction in our budget has forced the agency to ensure our grants programs have increased impact in the community and rethink our role beyond grant making. As grant makers, our applicant numbers continue to increase from year to year. Across the 5 different grant lines, the increases in applicant range between 5% and 68%. We believe that this increase is due to the impact and value placed upon our programs by the community. Our diligent maintenance of hours and staff supporting these creatives indicates our commitment to delivering a positive impact on the community. Secondarily, CAH is a convener. This is our perceived role in the community beyond grant making. For example, our convening efforts in the go-go community have resulted in CAH-backed go-go initiatives. Further, go-go artists are now receiving grants from the Mid-Atlantic Arts Foundation, along with members of the go-go community being utilized as advisors and panelists. The level of seriousness with which go-go artists are being taken in the grant-making spaces is directly correlated to the work the agency tirelessly performs. Arts investments by the agency are also quantifiable by national entities. It has been reported that for every single dollar of taxpayer money invested by the National Endowment for the Arts in arts programs across the country, almost 9 additional dollars are attracted to each project from other sources, including nonprofit organizations and private funding. That's a quote. Miami's Art Basel Art Fair generates upwards of $500 million in taxable revenue for the city of Miami. While the agency has done research in Miami doing Basel, we're now preparing to create a committee focused on economic development. I thank the chairman for meeting with us as we discuss areas of focus that will positively impact our grantees and the community. We understand the difficult task our local lawmakers have ensuring the district maintains a balanced budget. However, it is usually the case that when there are restraints in the local budget, the arts come under scrutiny and are sacrificed, making every dollar competitive. Just like education, public safety, and infrastructure, The arts deserve full funding, not only to stimulate business activity, but to also preserve this creative community's culture and heritage, forwarding the district's unique character and traditions to future generations. This year, Americans for the Arts published 10 reasons to support the arts in 2025. The number one reason on the list speaks to art strengthening the economy. The nation's arts and culture sector, nonprofit, commercial education, is a $1.2 trillion industry that supports 5.4 million jobs as of 2023. You will hear later some of the metrics of the job opportunities created by our grantees and their impact on the economy here in the district. We know that arts attendees spend an average of $38.46 per person per event, beyond the cost of admission on items such as meals, parking, and lodging. Vital income for local businesses, with 30% coming from outside the city county in which the event took place. You will hear later how CAH has focused on supporting events that attract and bring people to DC. And we know arts unify communities. 72% of Americans believe the arts provide shared experiences with people of different races, ethnicities, ages, beliefs, and identities, with 63% agreeing that the arts help me understand our cultures in my community better. So perspectives observed across all demographic and economic categories. We believe strengthening our convening authority doesn't only play as a means to be an economic driver, but also as a community unifier. Which brings me to my last point that this committee has heard me speak about in previous meetings, Art Week DC. This initiative is in response to nearly $500 million that Miami attracts in new annual tax revenue that results from Art Basel's presence, and how DC can mirror that success via Art Week DC. It is our position that Art Week DC serves as a tool that can add strength to DC's economy, be a regional, national, and local attraction, creating an equal level of exposure for DC-based artists, and can serve as a unifier as we pull in the global community through embassy participation. We held successful stakeholder meetings. From those meetings, we hired a consultant to create a strategic plan with a 10-year implementation projection, which identified how CAH can support the private sector in leading an effort like this. And we are now poised to bring on a consultant to socialize that strategic plan to the community. Although our ambitions were set for 2025 launch, we realized that the launch we wanted may be found in convening the private sector in 2025, building in 2026, and making a splash in 2027. We are open to the ideas and support from the committee to make our plan and outreach stronger and wider. In one of the earlier testimonies, concern was raised over the possible negative consequences of such an international arts event. Our view is that view is short-sighted. As Art Basel Miami has shown, all boats can rise from a successful international art event. And while CAH has led the effort to investigate the possibility of such an event, the going forward heavy lifting will come from the private sector and not CAH. In closing, I'll echo what I said last year. There are a myriad of reasons why support of public arts agencies such as CAH is important. Art enriches our physical environments. They provide professional opportunities for artists. They create supportive learning environments while boosting local economies. Still, in our view, the most important reason to support CAH is because it is our community's rock. It is the sole arts agency of the District of Columbia. Our residents are free to stop by, speak with our team, and admire the gallery at their leisure, free of charge. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I welcome all your questions. I'll now pass it to our Executive Director, Aaron Myers.
Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole, good afternoon. I'm Aaron Myers, the Executive Director of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, CAH. I'm joined by Brandon Saunders, our Resource Allocation Manager at the agency, Dereje Belay, our Fiscal Officer with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer of the CFO, and CAH Commission Chairman, Reginald Van Lee, whom we've heard from just now. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss Mayor Boucher's Grow DC budget at CAH for fiscal year 2026. CAH serves as a state art agency for the District of Columbia, whose primary mission is to promote the arts and humanities of Washington, D.C. through competitive grant making. Unlike many of our counterparts in other states that sit in the governor's offices of Treasury, Education, or Tourism, where they share both administrative costs and grant strategies. We are an independent agency who derives its funding from 4.6% of the designated sales tax, along with a grant through its state agency partnership with the National Endowment of the Arts, which is still in place. Over the last 5 years, CAH has had to embrace a sense of nimbleness as it adopted its independence, responded to a pandemic, adopted principles that would remove barriers while deepening access to potential grantees, and working with the community as partners in responding to the ever-evolving creative landscape. FY24 and FY25 have seen growth and change at CAH. Last year, we discussed the goal to increase our capacity through improving and bolstering our agency infrastructure. With additions to our grants, resource allocation, public art, outreach, events, culture and communications department, we have now been able to increase the awareness of our programs amongst district residents while also reducing the grant portfolio allocation of each grant officer, enabling us to streamline our award distribution process, which resulted in grants getting their funds quicker. In the I Street Gallery, we have had over 2,000 visitors that attended our openings and previews, which doesn't include the numbers of visitors throughout the life of each exhibit. CAH's outreach included 18 art education workshops and 42 community engagements touching 2,533 individuals and organizations. This visibility has resulted in an increase in CAH's grants applicants and grant awards. For an example, in FY24, we had 665 applicants for our fellowship program and saw 883 applicants in FY25. Although this makes the program more competitive, the agency was able to issue awards at a rate of 71% for that program, even with an increased award amount from FY24. The GOS grant has also seen an increase of 42% since FY22, from 144 grants awarded to 205. As I testified in our performance oversight hearing, these grant awards do contribute to the economic impact of the city. According to the applicant information provided by those awarded the FY24 projects, events, and festival grants, both for individuals, PEF-I, and organizations, PEF-O, it resulted in 3,713 work opportunities across 141 grants. I would like to take this moment to thank the staff across all departments at the agency for their work in support of increasing efficiency and visibility. Understanding that the agency had not had an opportunity to scale appropriately since its independence, we have partnered with DCHR to do agency-wide desk audits. These audits will help us understand if our positions are graded appropriately or if they need to be modified. Upon completion, we will implement the recommended changes, which we feel will have a positive impact upon the agency and have made room for these adjustments in our budgets. I would like to advocate at this time for a COLA increase, cost of living increases for our employees that we've not seen in a few years. CAH's dedicated tax fund budget proposal includes an increase of $82,894 in personnel services across multiple programs to support projected salaries and fringe benefit costs. In dedicated tax funds, the proposed budget includes a decrease of $2,500,853 in non-personnel services across multiple programs to reflect a reduction in projected revenues, as well as a cap on dedicated tax per the approved FY 2024 Budget Support Act of 2023. The proposed FY26 budget of $45,731,408 marks a 10.2% decrease in the agency's overall budget from FY24 to FY26. We acknowledge that $5 million of that came from the unused dollars that you gave us the appropriation authority to add to that budget to bring it to that higher amount. Should CAH's $977,000 grant from the NEA be rescinded, the overall decrease would rise to 12.1%. And although we're one of the state art agencies with a larger budget, the average budget of top 10 local art agencies like Denver, San Francisco, Seattle, Albuquerque, which include mid-sized cities, is $54,158,218, as cited from U.S. Urban Arts Foundation and AFTA. From the grant side, there will be impact felt in the neighborhood arts programs. For an example, for our East Arts grant, this grant provides a range of funding opportunities for BIPOC-centered organizations located in Northeast and Southeast quadrants of the city. Funding this program is central to the agency's commitment to culture-forward principles, and the NEA grant also partially underwrites this program in the amount of $375,000. Again, the agency is uncertain as to whether it will receive its NEA grant this year, which would result in a potential decrease in 30 to 50% in funding for this program. If this were to happen, we would look deeper into adjusting our grant programs in neighborhood arts so the impact would not be felt so deeply. This budget also removes the ability of the agency to accumulate surplus tax revenue to be dispersed to the community in subsequent years, or we call it our fund balance. We have used the fund balance in years past to ensure we could aid grantees with enhancements and to ensure administrative needs could be realized. As a quick aside, I would say it was the $5 million that were unused from large cap the other year went to the fund balance, and we were able to pull from the fund balance to help raise the budget last year to have it somewhat stabilized. And we thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to do that. Having access to the fund balance in FY26 that safeguards CAH from adverse federal actions at the NEA, such as grant rescissions, along with having the ability to respond appropriately if we see a space that we can minimize the negative impact of the federal government upon DC's creative economic sector. For instance, we are aware that around $248,000 in NEA grant funds across 10 entities in DC were suddenly taken away, while another 10 entities outside of our borders, but who have significant district impact, lost a total of $438,000. The NEH cut to Humanities DC has had a negative impact on their organization. We learned last week that the proposed federal budget would zero out funding for the Anacostia Community Museum. Having access to the fund balance gives us the ability to offer support during moments of uncertainty. Yet, with these decreases, CAH is committed to ensuring that all grants are awarded fairly and equitably. During this time, the agency understands the importance of stability in grant making. And we have invited members of the chairman's team to sit down with the team at CAH to ensure the desired goals of reaching stability can be attained with shared definitions, methodologies, understanding, and trust. What we don't want in our quest to achieve stability is that we are ensuring stability for a select few, or give the impression that the agency is choosing winners and losers before paneling begins. To help ensure this stability, the agency has bolstered our panelist outreach. As we heard from Chairman Van Lee's testimony earlier, in FY25, CAH had 149 panelists. As we have focused on increasing this number, as of today, we have 153 panelists with an anticipated similar number for our summer panels. This is a projected increase of over almost 50%. This further ensures that panels are robust, scoring is more secure, and feedback to applicants can be utilized to better position them to have a stronger application in the next year with greater impact felt in the community. CAH also understands there is work beyond grant making that can be done to help grantees and members of the creative economy get connected and be positioned to increase their visibility to potential donors, sponsors, and partners. In November and April, we hosted grantee meetups with the desired goal of utilizing the convening authority of the agency. 380 grantees attended the first meeting, and 510 community members attended the second, in hopes of bringing funders and creatives together. Monday, June 9th, we brought members of the creative community, development industry, DNPED, and Department of Buildings together to discuss creative placemaking on site at Theater Alliance as they testified to the collaborative use of DOB's pop-up program. As we heard from Chairman Van Lee's testimony earlier, CAH's formation of an economic development committee will focus on A, data collection, B, space needs, both living and professional, and C, regional impact initiatives. This will aid in our response to the needs identified by our grantees. The agency has been intentional about pitching DC to regional and national events and/or entities such as A, we successfully connected the Hip Hop Museum and the Museum of the Future to downtown DC bid. And B, serving as a host city for Coda Work Summit, the first time this summit has happened on the East Coast, which will be held in September at Arena Stage. CAH dedicated 3 staff members to support the efforts of World Pride, which just concluded this week. We cannot grow DC without guided support to a robust creative community. And CAH is willing to partner with the council and the Bowles administration in updating the city's creative economy strategy that was last done in 2011. By doing this, the public and creative economy sector will have measurable goals and timelines that may help to further stabilize and bolster the creative economy. I would like to thank Chairman Mendelson for taking keen interest in our creative community and how we can ensure we stabilize support for its work. And I am grateful for Chairman Van Lee and the commissioner's leadership in prioritizing that with whatever funding provided to CAH, it will be awarded fairly and equitably. The district's art community is still financially traumatized coming out of the COVID pandemic, with many still recuperating. For the record, many artists, grantees, both former and current, are reeling from the instability created by the federal government. It is CAH's continued support for these artists that will aid our government in growing DC. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. I do have some questions. I also have a hard stop at 1:30, so we may have to continue this hearing. We're looking at Tuesday afternoon. Mr. Myers, how many positions are currently vacant?
We have, there were, unfortunately, 6 now are currently vacant.
I'm sorry, I didn't say
6.
6. And what are they?
We have 2 in our grants. They were 2 grants, one in outreach, one in resource allocation, one is a public arts specialist, and one in arts education.
Can you say that again? 2 grants?
Yes, one in outreach, one is in resource allocation, one in public arts specialist, one is an arts education.
And how long have these positions been vacant? The 2 grants?
To 2 grants, the vacancies have been, I would say, extended because of the waiver process that we've dealt with district government. We were scheduled to actually have most of these positions both put out, solicited, and hired before this hearing, actually. So the waiver process.
Again. So when did the grants positions become vacant?
One grant position became vacant, I think in December or in November or December. Was it? And another one was in March. One of our grant specialists went over to our VTech contract.
And the outreach?
The outreach became available, I believe, in December or January, December, January.
And the resource allocation?
That one has not been filled yet. We were able to fill a grade 12 procurement.
But when did it become vacant?
At the beginning of the year.
In January or December?
In October. There was a grade 11 that was previously on the team that you see as a vacant position that is the backfill.
And the public arts specialist, when did that become vacant?
That was relatively recent. That dealt with, we had a death of one of our employees. That was within the last few weeks.
So May. And the arts education?
That was in March, because that was the one who went to May, because that went over to VTech.
What's the answer?
May.
The arts education became vacant in May.
That position transitioned to the VTech contract.
Um, a large capital grant program. After adoption of the FY26 budget, how soon do you intend to open the FY26 large capital grant program to finally get these dollars out the door?
So we submitted our our NPS dollars, the grants through the waiver process. In getting that back, it did not come back from the Office of the City Administrator.
I'm talking about for FY26.
FY26. My office can get back to you with the grant schedule for FY26. But it is still in the budget, of course.
All right, so you'll provide the schedule.
Yes.
The proposed budget changes one grants manager position to a resource management, which is like an agency budget position. Why is this position being repurposed?
We repurposed it based on what we were seeing happening at the agency at the time. The resource allocation team was in a position where it could use another employee to help support the entire agency. Resource allocation team supports not just grants, but also many of the contracts that happen for the agency. And at that period of time, it needed that position greater. We also had a plan, though, to ensure that we had other grant managers coming on board that were trained and ready to go. That was somewhat halted by this waiver process. And we saw that the ratio was like 4-to-1 or 5-to-1. It made more sense to ensure that we shore up that department first.
In March or April, the city administrator put out a guidance to agencies requiring that they stop hiring and curtail travel and conference expenses. You've already indicated, you've given me the impression that there's a hiring freeze right now affecting you in those vacant positions. But with regard to travel, has the commission taken steps to constrain expenses?
Yes.
Mr. Van Lee, you testified with regard to this Art Week, I think is what you're calling it.
Art Week DC, yes.
Yeah, where does that show up in the budget for FY26?
And FY26 is under consultants. It should be for $100,000. What we discovered through our through the strategic plan that was provided to us is that this is Art Week DC is not something that CAH will be able to lead itself and fund. It's something that we are strengthening our convening power as we've done through our stakeholder meetings and also by instruction or by the example of what Art Basel said they would have done had they done this all over again. We're putting this to the private sector so the private sector can take this and bolster it, but the chairman can go into further detail.
No, we just want to make sure that we can support the private sector taking over this effort so we have minimal money dedicated to it just so that we can facilitate the process of the consultant getting the report together, soliciting the creation of the foundation, et cetera. So as I said, the earlier testimony that suggested we're diverting resources from CAH to this is not quite accurate because the heavy lifting will be done by the private sector. And that's what the strategy suggested, and that's what the Art Basel Miami people suggested as well.
And that's consistent with the testimony you gave about 10 minutes ago.
Exactly.
One of you spoke to this agency desk audits. I didn't quite understand it. So the commission will spend $300,000 on agency desk audits, reclassifications. What does this work for, or is this for HR?
So what we realized is in 2019, once the commission became independent, it did not have an opportunity to either right size its structure and its agency structure based on the resources and the community it was going to be serving at that particular time. Immediately it went into emergency mode, dealing with responding to the pandemic. And even coming out of that, we have resorted back to some structures that look similar to when it was under the mayor. So we noticed that many of the positions for what the employees were being tasked to do may not be aligned with the grade in which we needed them to do.
The $300,000 is going where? To the Department of
no.
To whatever it's called, DHS. That's the wrong agency.
No,
DCHR.
No, and just to clarify, that $300,000 was previously 3 FTEs, grade 12s across human resources, resource allocation, and grants administration. Unfortunately, we were granted the opportunity to receive the FTEs, but the equivalent money that would be equivalent to the salary plus the fringe benefits. Now, we also recognize that some of that money, that was a pot of money that ended up, so to speak, in that place, but we're projecting that they may go towards the reclassifications or also in the VTech contract.
What do you call that again? A VTech?
VTech, temporary help. We have 5 contractors.
All right, I'm lost. So the 3 FTEs you mentioned, are those among the 6 that you said were vacant?
No, those were requested at the BRT process, and we weren't unfortunately granted that, but the equivalent $308,000 that was now in our contractual services line. That probably is most likely going to get reprogrammed to the appropriate places. A portion of that.
What do you mean it's going to get reprogrammed? It's in the.
Some of it may need to go to the VTech contract since we didn't have 3 FTEs received. So in order to make up the difference in the capacity, those 3 FTEs may need to end up as extra contractors on the contract.
And what are those temporary contractors going to do?
They're grant managers. We're also looking at potentially help for human resources as well.
The agency desk audits, this is a HR exercise?
Yes, it's an exercise to ensure that the work that we have prescribed our employees to do, they're properly graded and at the proper
so who's
step.
doing this?
DCHR is doing it for us.
So the $300,000 is going to go to DCHR?
I think there's a bit of conflation in the two.
It'll probably be reprogrammed to the personnel services side and potentially also to the VTech contract, depending on necessary capacity. That was not a part of our original BRT submission. That was the equivalent line item in MPS dollars that was actualized from the 3 FTEs.
So the 300,000 will be reprogrammed to DCHR and to the VTech contract?
Not DCHR, internally to the personnel services side. I'm sure my AFO can specify on the specific account groups, but portion of that will go to the personnel services side of the budget, and then the other part to the VTech contract, which is CSG 41.
Well, the personnel services side would be FTEs.
Yes, but at the current rates, we are waiting for the desk audit to be finished. There may be some recommendations from DCHR that grades be increased. So you have some 9s that may become 11s, some 11s that may become 12. So we're preparing for that now, but also realizing since we did not get the 3 FTEs that we presented in our BRT, the equivalent of that in cash may be repurposed to support the VTech contract and to support people we may have there, contractors with it, or a portion of it at least.
So, so none of this $300,000 is going to the desk audit. The desk audit is being done now.
The desk audit is being done now, and based on the recommendations, some of this money may be there to help support those recommendations that we implement, and the other portion will be going more than likely to VTech to support other contractors that we may need there.
And my understanding is you have $200,000 in the budget for VTech now, so this would be like increasing it to 350,000.
That's correct. As of right now, actually, we have expended 198,000 on the year for fiscal year 25. So
you're also intending to spend $100,000 to contract consultants out of the Office of the Executive Director. Is that what Mr. Van Lee talked about?
Yes.
Can you detail for us the where the $881,000 rescission is coming from in your current budget? And maybe what I want really is for you to submit that rather than give it to me right now. My understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that the mayor's FY25 supplemental, $881,000 is rescinded from your current year budget. Does that sound right? And so I just want the detail for that. I'm looking at your agency fiscal officer.
sure. So
I don't want the detail right now because I don't have time to write it down. Will you submit that, please?
sure.
Is the mayor proposing to change your budget from non-lapsing to lapsing?
Yes, we find that to be very problematic, of course.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yes, we found that to be very problematic, of course.
There are several arts institutions that are struggling right now. I mean, struggling beyond what we got testimony. Well, actually, we got testimony from Gallo saying they've had 2 years of deficits and now their funding has been further cut by NEA. What is the commission intending to do with these, to help these few arts organizations that maybe would close next year?
I think there's a few things. First, all possible or potential grants that are issued by the commission, once we have our revamping, there's a grant committee that offers whatever grants that people, further grants that possibly could be applied to. Outside of granting, and we are a granting institution, there's nothing we could do as far as like writing a quick check or something of that nature. However, our beyond grant making is something that we could do the Committee of Economic Development, being able to connect these organizations to other funders or things of that nature that could possibly have helped, while we're also looking at that particular need and maybe crafting something that could respond to that. What would help us from a nimbleness standpoint, if we have our fund balance, and if our grants committee comes up with something that could respond to the problems that they're identifying, especially if the organizations are on the brink of closing, that's something that we could craft, but we would have the nimbleness of pulling from the grant, from the fund balance to ensuring that money would be there to do so.
I was going to say, similar to our constituents, all of them spoke about, please do not cut CH's budget for these reasons. And if we can get access to the fund balance, which in the past we've used that so that we could stabilize and we could fill gaps. So that's the one thing we think that's possible. To the extent we don't have a cut in our budget and we can have access to the fund balance, then we can help those organizations better.
Perhaps you'd like to embellish that answer following up. I'm not feeling it. There are several organizations that, I mean, really have been on the brink and they've not gotten any additional dollars. And what I'm hearing is, well, there could be maybe some additional grant support, but there hasn't been additional grant support. So I'm inviting
Let us provide that detail. I don't think that's quite accurate either. Let us provide that detail to you.
Okay. Anything else you want me to ask? Okay. This will save you a additional hearing next week. But you're going to follow up with regard to the details, the supplemental, how to help these struggling organizations, and I think there was one other thing you were going to get back on.
The reservations, the rest of impact of 25.
800,000.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Sorry, I'm not giving you more time. You can thank the stadium. That's going to conclude this hearing. The next and final hearing of the Committee of the Whole on the FY26 budget, which will include all of the legislation that the mayor has transmitted, will be on June 18th. I believe that hearing starts at 9:30 in the morning. The time right now is 1:34 p.m. in this